ready to start. I'm just going to count you in from over there. Okay. Okay, so I'll give you a 5, 4, 3, 2, and just point to stop.
Just go here. Good morning, everybody, and you are very welcome this morning to this event on the sidelines of COP28 UAE. We have a very exciting topic for us this morning, and it is titled Unleashing the Potential of Solar Plus Solutions in Africa, Innovative Collaboration Opportunities Between China and Africa. So we're talking cross-regional collaborations here. And we have lined up today some very interesting speakers. I will give you their bios, but let me just very quickly do our run of show. So we'll be here for just over an hour 15 minutes. And the first part of it will be keynotes from our various speakers, and then we'll dovetail into a panel discussion and then an interchange of ideas. So you're very welcome. Promises to be exciting. Without further ado, I will call up the bios of our various speakers. So this morning we have uh, Zhihua Chen, who's Deputy Director, National Center of Climate Change and Strategy of an International Corporation. We have Minoru Takada, who is with the UN Secretariat, UN DESA. And I'll give you a small bio on him. Minoru is a team leader of the Energy Division for Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations, New York. He also serves as the head of the Secretariat for the UN Energy and the UN Interagency Coordination Mechanism in the field of energy. Then we have Hong Binggu, who is a DDG at the China Renewable Energy and Engineering Institute. He's a domestic authority on hydropower planning and environmental protection, and that includes drafting specification methods and standards of renewable energy. And he's done research on national renewable energy. So very, very erudite speakers. And we are going to call our first speaker, Jinhua Chen, the Deputy Director, National Center of Climate Change. Please, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be invited to participate in this event and to share some views with our friends here. We all know that climate change is global challenge, and as one of the regions that are most vulnerable to climate change, the African continent experiences frequent extreme weather events such as heat wave, droughts, and floods. And these events that exacerbate the issues related to food security, poverty, and energy accessibility in the African region. And despite facing challenges in development, poverty alleviation, and climate change adaptation, African has have taken various measures to address climate change challenges and elevating their ambitions to transition towards a green and low carbon future, making significant contribution to the global goals uh, we set in the Paris Agreement. At the same time, Africa possesses abundant untapped renewable energy resources, including solar and geothermal energy. According to the research, the solar energy accounts for 40% of the global total, and wind energy contributes 31% of the world. and the favorable resource adamant positions Africa as a potential major contributor to global renewable energy growth. However, despite being a continent that supplies one third of the world's solar panel battery in terms of mineral resources, over 640 million Africans still live without electricity, and approximately 970 million still rely on wood and charcoal as their primary sources of energy. So the accessibility of electricity remains a critical factor and constraint Africans' economic development and sustainable development. China and Africa have established diplomatic relationships for nearly 70 years, and we maintain long-term friendship cooperation. So as developing countries, we share common challenges arising from the adverse impact of climate change. Today, China's Climate Change Authority only, only China's Climate Change Authority have signed 16 memorandum of understanding on South-South cooperation with 15 African countries. In the field of photovoltaic, China has provided support by assisting in the construction of a uh, solar power station, installing over 2,000 solar power LED streetlights, and deploying more than 10,000 sets of solar power systems in Africa, and contributing significantly to improving the solar resources utilization and electricity accessibility in those countries. And in 2021, during the eighth ministerial meeting of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, and we jointly issued a declaration on China-Africa Cooperation on combating climate change, launching a 3-year action plan in addressing climate change. And this plan aims to strengthen cooperation in clean energy utilization, low carbon infrastructure construction, and deepen exchanges and collaboration between China and Africa in addressing climate change. In September of this year, and to further advance the implementation of the declaration, our minister, the Minister of Ecology and Environment, announced the African Solar Belt Project at the Africa Climate Summit. And this project will leverage China's advantage in the photovoltaic industry, intends to address the needs of at least 50,000 off-grid impoverished households in Africa. It will initiate the collaborative construction of climate-friendly solar plus, which is the theme of this forum, projects, foster discussion on climate and solar energy development, strategize for solar development, and conduct policy research and capacity building projects. Our center, as the implementation authority or implementation agency for the Ministry for China's international cooperation on climate change, um, our center is responsible for international cooperation and communication on climate change and South-South cooperation on climate change. Uh, so we see that the African country have always been prioritized in our South-South cooperation on climate change, and promoting South-South cooperation in climate change, supporting African countries in achieving new energy development and green low carbon transformation has constantly been our top priority. With advanced technology and capacity in new energy fields such as wind and solar, according to the research, China already provided 50% of global wind power and 80% of photovoltaic equipment, providing significant support for global new energy cost reduction and efficiency improvement. And China is willing to share its experiences and achievements in renewable energy development with our African friends. In the future, our centers, NCSC, will continue to play the role of think tank and the corporation agencies agency help to explore the solar potential in Africa, try to promote the development of the solar industry in Africa, and support African in achieving climate change goals. At the same time, we are also willing to strengthen exchange and cooperation with relevant research institutions, international organizations, including the Climate Works Foundation and other foundations, to collectively explore China-Africa cooperation and in this field and try to make our contribution to Africans' sustainable development. Um, so at the end, I want to say that strengthened cooperation with African country, facilitating the landing of the solar plus industry in Africa, and to realize the sustainable development in Africa, I think is our shared goals. So I wish this forum a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deputy Director Juha. And key points, very, very poignant. You talked about energy access in Africa. He talked about the plan signed at FOCAC between China and Africa for cooperation. I believe now about 15 African countries have signed up, and they're looking to get more. And he talked about the various interventions that China and Africa, the cross-regional interventions. So thank you very much. We're going to move on to Hombin, who will be joining us by video link, after which we will have Stephanie Okafor, who is the CEO of Impact Hub in Lagos, Nigeria, and then Mihoru Takada, the secretary at the UN Secretariat, UN DESA. So we will now join Hombingu by video link. Thank you.
尊敬的各位来宾，大家上午好，我是水电水利规划设计总员顾宏斌，很高兴参加本次创新引领中非合作、释放光伏加潜能活动。我谨代表水电总院对各位代表的到来表示热烈的欢迎，对长期以来积极为中非能源合作贡献资源和力量的每一位朋友表示诚挚的问候。非洲是全球人口排行第2，也是最快的大陆。到2050年，将拥有世界1/4以上的人口。未来非洲将面临越来越大的能源需求。非洲拥有全球60%的太阳能资源，以及其他丰富的风能、地热、水能等可再生能源，但其光伏装机目前仅占全球的1%，说明在非洲开发可再生能源，尤其是太阳能，前景十分广阔。近年来，光伏发电正成为非洲新能源发展热点。相比当地规模大的电力项目，光伏加解决方案在非洲及其社区适应性更好，也更加容易实现。为了助力在非洲大陆符合更多的光伏加能源项目，水电总院工作基金会、影响力工厂上海创新中心和21世纪地层管理中心等机构共同主办本次活动。本次活动将作为中国非盟联合伙伴关系通报下能源合作创新加速器项目的工作内容，旨在探讨光伏加在技术应用、融资模式及合作机制等方面的创新方法，支持非洲国家更好地发挥太阳能优势，树立非洲在自主可持续发展道路上行稳致远。2021年，国家能源局与非盟委员会正式签署关于中国非盟能源伙伴关系的谅解备忘录。去年6月，国家能源局委托水电总院作为伙伴关系的牵头和运行单位，长期以来，在国家能源局的领导和指导下，水电总院服务中非能源合作及机制建设，为合作推进做出了积极贡献。未来，水电总院也将一如既往为推动中非能源合作贡献力量。 今天各界官员、学者、专家和企业精英协助一场，让我们以本次活动为契机，继续发扬共商共建共享的精神，在推动中非联合作的道路上不断探索。最后预祝本次活动圆满成功，谢谢各位。
Thank you very much, Hongbin. And we heard a lot of discussion about the different initiatives, but also the demographics, understanding that by 2050, Africa will be home to 50% of the world's population. So there's a demographic imperative for the cross-regional collaboration. And without further ado, skipping along, we will invite Stephanie Okafor, the CEO of Impact Hub, to give us her welcome speech. So, Stephanie, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies, gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished partners. Thank you for joining us today as we gather to explore the immense potential that lies within the collaboration between China and Africa in unleashing solar plus solutions. My name is Stephanie Dano-Kafor. I am the regional Africa and Middle East regional host for the Impact Hub Network, as well as the CEO of Impact Hub Lagos. It is a privilege and a pleasure to stand before you all this morning as we delve into a crucial conversation that holds the power to shape our shared future. Since our inception in 2005, the Impact Hub Network has evolved from a singular community to a global movement that spans 117 cities in about 65 plus countries around the world. Our mission has remained unwavering, that is, to turn ideas into tangible real world impact. We serve as a multiplier and amplifier of social change, inspiring, connecting, and enabling impact makers across the globe. Today, we are united by a common vision of creating a just and sustainable world where business and profit are harnessed to serve both people and the planet. In line with the Impact Hub Network's commitment to walk the talk on climate action, we have set an ambitious goal for 80% of our impact hubs across the world to have net zero plans in place by the end of this year. While impact hubs may not be the leading contributors to pollution, we firmly believe in the power of influence and the importance of being the spark that ignites revolutionary change. It is through our collective actions, grounded in our foundational values, that we aim to be a beacon within the vast ecosystem of impact-oriented organizations. To further our dedication to climate action, the Impact Hub Network has developed a net zero emissions action tool and appointed climate ambassadors for each Impact Hub across the world. We have intensified our learning and development initiatives and inaugurated a peer-to-peer community of practice focused on climate action and achieving net zero by 2025. As a network, our focus is very clear. We prioritize the reduction of all possible emissions through measures such as energy efficiency and the transformation of procurement, travel, and energy policies. Additionally, we are committed to utilizing offsets that hold robust certifications and validations. The urgency of addressing climate change requires collective effort, and today's session holds the promise of forging innovative collaborations between China and Africa to unlock the potential of solar plus solutions. This endeavor aligns seamlessly with our global mission and underscores the Impact Hub Network's commitment to being a driving force for positive change in our world. As we embark on this journey together today, let us leverage our collective expertise, share insights, and explore opportunities that will not only benefit our respective regions, but contribute to a sustainable and thriving planet for generations to come. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for that welcome speech. Very impactful. Moving on very quickly, we will call up Mihoru Takada, from the UN Energy Secretariat, after which we'll go into some keynote speeches. Just a quick run of show adjustment because we have so many great people willing to speak and so much to say. The keynote speeches after this. So please take your full time, Mihoru. And then subsequently for the next round, we'll have to be a little bit faster for the keynote speeches so that everybody gets to speak. It's an abundance of goodness. Thank you, everybody. Please. Mr. Takada, thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Back in 2015, when we established the Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations, we debated about the shape of energy goals, which is now known as SDG 7. So you know that there are three targets here. One, to make sure everybody has access to modern, sustainable, clean energy sources. So that's access goal, universal access goal. Second, doubling the rate of improvement in energy efficiency by 2030. And the third, significantly increasing renewable energy. Why significantly increasing at that time? At that time, some of the people, including myself, need to admit that we thought it's important to double the renewable energy globally as well at that time, around the time of 2013, 2014. And then some said, look, and this may be their excuse or not. Some said, well, maybe it's better not to say double. Why? Because renewable is growing so rapidly, it might go faster. Guess what? What are we debating now? We go 3 times more, right? So I think, honestly, this is the issue here, that if we really want to make a difference in the energy transformation, renewable is the way to go. 21st century is very clear. It is a century of renewable energy. But we must achieve with renewables, with that investment, universal energy access. Otherwise, there's no justice, there's no equity, there's no prosperity. And this is really the case for Africa. I personally myself lived in Africa in the village without electricity for 3 years, so I know how much electricity energy matters. And that's why I welcome this Energy Plus initiative, cooperation between Chinese side and African side to bring entrepreneurship, investment together to give us solutions to toward transformation of the energy sector in Africa, but in a way to accelerate universal access to energy solutions to everybody. I hope this is going to be a big success. At the United Nations, we have created a platform called Energy Compacts. We had last 2 years ago high-level dialogue on energy. That was a summit-level discussion on energy for the first time in 40 years under the UN General Assembly. At that time, we brought together about 150 energy compacts across the world, over $600 billion. Today, we are happy to report that energy compacts have grown to become 1.3 trillion. So multi-stakeholder actions on energy is real, and it is transforming and mobilizing action and investment. But guess what? It is not enough. We need multi-trillion dollars every year, and this needs cannot be more needed in the context of Africa for renewable energy and particularly solar solutions. So I'm hoping that this cooperation is going to bring a big solutions, big investment in the continent. And I hope that from the UN side, we look forward to welcoming perhaps this initiative as part of the new energy compact moving forward. So there's going to be a discussion on global stocktake on SDG 7 next year under the UN General Assembly. I look forward to welcoming your initiative to be part and parcel of it. Thank you again for your leadership and look forward to working together.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Miro Takada. And thank you for calling us back to SDG 7 and those major points about energy access, energy efficiency, doubling renewables, which we have exceeded. But more importantly, your personal story of having experienced this while living in Africa. So you're talking the talk, walking the walk, and you've experienced it. So we thank you so much for your comments. Moving on to the next part of our program, we will be inviting Hannah Ryder to make a keynote speech for us. A bit of background on Hannah. Hannah is the founder and CEO of Development Reimagined. She's a former diplomat and economist with 20 years experience, and she's been named one of the 100 most influential Africans in 2021. She's a senior associate for Africa for the Africa program at the Center for Strategic International Studies, and she sits on the board of the Environmental Defense Fund. She's a member of the UAE's International Advisory Council. I think that speaks for itself. Without much ado, Hannah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Let me get the clicker. Thank you. Thank you, Jide, for the very kind introduction, and to colleagues at Climate Works and all other partners for the kind invitation to give a keynote speech today, which I will accompany with a bit of a presentation, just to try to illuminate some of the points I will make. Thank you also for the introductions and the welcome speeches, which have been really, really helpful when setting the context. My job here today is to try to also promote some ideas and solutions. And I won't go into it in too much detail. We all know the great existing inequality that exists, that the African continent, we've talked about it already, home to almost 20% of the world's population, will be much more going forwards. A continent which is over 3 times the size of the US or China has less than 2% of renewable energy production. And that's in particular because less than 2% of clean energy finance goes to the continent. To put this in context for solar specifically, the African continent currently has under 13 gigawatts of solar, half of which is in one country, South Africa. Japan, which is 100 times smaller than the continent, has got 79 gigawatts. The US is 113. China has almost 400. So you can see the scale is really significantly different. And we also know that this inequality, if things do not change, is exacerbated significantly. Clean energy is crucial for manufacturing. It's crucial for jobs. We cannot manufacture on the continent if we do not have energy. This is not just about access for residents and populations, it's also about manufacturing and development. For a continent with the ambition of becoming the world's future manufacturing hub, just like China is today, clean energy deployment on the continent is crucial to the world's future growth, not just growth on the continent. And we also know that if the continent is to become the world's manufacturing hub, it has to go beyond producing raw materials for export, producing energy for export, to be able to use that energy in a virtuous circle to manufacture value-added products, especially environmental goods. Whether it is solar panels, whether it's electric vehicles, the sweet spots on the continent for their production is very clear. So how will this happen? The first step is determination on the African side. The demand must be there. The vision must be there. And through our research at Development Reimagined, we know that many African governments are already determined to make progress on this sweet spot of clean energy, clean manufacturing, and green development. Almost all African countries have submitted their NDCs. 75% of African NDCs have got renewable targets. Over 25% of African countries already aim for net zero. 22 countries have specific renewable energy policies like feed-in tariffs in place. 28 countries have policies which refer to environmental goods manufacturing and trade policy. 6 countries have bans on exports of raw critical minerals. 4 African countries already have green hydrogen strategies. So they are acting, they are determined and willing. However, they are also at the same time being let down by the international financial system, which still does not meet their needs and their demands, and sends finance to just a few countries, as we have already discussed. And that is where we know other development partners like China, like India, like UAE can play a part. And when it comes to renewable energy, including solar, we know China has great potential for a beneficial partnership with Africa for three key reasons. First of all, I already mentioned it. China is a leader in renewable energy, from hydropower to solar, and to the kind of scale that we need on the continent. 400 gigawatts versus 13. We need 400 gigawatts at least on the African continent. Second, Chinese stakeholders are already financing climate action on the continent through loans and investment overseas. Third, Africa and China have got a framework in place since 2000. Deputy Director already mentioned it, and it was also mentioned by others. The Forum on China-Africa Cooperation to determine these priorities and also to set the stage for the action. And there is evidence that FOCAC sets the stage. Since the 2021 declaration, again already referred to, on China-Africa Cooperation on combating climate change, we have tracked 95 climate-related projects already taking place on the continent. So there is action already. At the same time, we know this potential is not yet being realized, also for three key reasons. First of all, many Chinese companies respond to EPCs. These are contracts which are issued by African governments who are, as I mentioned, very determined to build more renewable energy. But many of those firms do not yet have sufficient information or confidence to invest and operate in those countries. Second, Chinese banks' finance has slowed down because of COVID-19, especially, and it needs to increase again. Third, and last but not least, other Asian countries are much closer to China, and those tend to dominate overseas investment and especially offshore manufacturing. So more diversification is needed. So how to turn around these barriers? This is where we have to use our knowledge, what we already know, for good. First, we need to provide information and incentives for Chinese manufacturing firms to offshore their production of environmental goods to the continent, especially those firms that are already working in extraction of raw materials. They can help to create the links to upgrade the supply chain. Second, we need to create targets or other tools for the Chinese banks for renewable energy financing in Africa specifically, especially for large solar and hydro. If on grid, it will provide stable power for the industry that the manufacturing firms already referred to will need. And last but not least, we need to provide information and equity support to Chinese and African firms to do more small yet smart projects on the continent, not just Asia. Investing in wind, solar, digital projects, converting those EPCs into BOTs and other forms of public-private partnerships, using business models that are used in China to keep citizen prices low. All of these will make a significant difference. With these three actions, and well as continued deepening of African government policies and financial demand for these projects, we at Development Reimagined believe the future for China-Africa Cooperation on Solar Plus could be very bright. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you for that very insightful, instructive, and information-rich presentation. We talked about the energy disparity between OECD countries and Africa. We talked about even how within Africa you have a lot of concentration in particular countries, South Africa, for example. We talked about value-added manufacturing in the continent and that it's not a zero-sum game, that this is beneficial for the entirety of the world and not just one. We talked about the international financial system and the need to rejig that to pay attention to developing markets, Africa, but developing markets and a whole. And then finally, there was a call to action for China and other partners in terms of how we can collaborate going forward. So very, very rich, very, very informative. Moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Zhang He, who's the Executive Deputy Director of the Institute of Energy Transition and Social Development at Tsinghua University. He's a visiting scholar at Masterton University, a Vice Director, Research Institute of Energy Transition, he's part of the Policy Development Office, and a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute of Energy. Without further ado, Doctor, you are very welcome.
Maybe, okay. 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 You can look here. I'm not handsome, but my PPT is very colorful for African people. I introduce integrative model of solar plus. This is a UNCCD. Land solar plus for SDG. 5 models. 1, 2, 3, 5. And this one for community. Here is a charger, mobile phone charger from the solar PV. And this is a scooter charger from the solar PV. And solar cooler storage. Oh, this is a community. 100 water is enough for Africa. First stage. So this, okay. And other 1, 2, 3. And for agriculture, okay. Maybe I don't know. This is a car. And this is a heat pump and pump. This is a water pump. Water pump. So needed a tank. Let's go here. Tank. In China, there's a desert. Pump. Solar water pump for the desert. In Africa. No, the others in China. The water pump, PV water pump. And other third is agriculture. So that goes under the solar panel. The agriculture under the solar panel. Yeah, this is a goji berry. Very beautiful under the solar panel. Goji berry. No, this is agriculture. Oil panning. The vegetable. The high structure. Vegetable in China, Hainan. The vegetable. This is greenhouses designed for solar PV and vegetable. So is an example. The tea under the PV and electric for baking tea. And there is a fish under the panel. Yeah, the fish under the panel. Fish, a fish. Okay, very slide. Food, the agriculture, the equal restoration in the desert. Okay, this is my 50. Thank you very much. Thank you, much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Director Zhang He. Thank you. And thank you for walking us through the applications of solar, from agriculture to water pumps to heat pumps, and even the different segments in agriculture, from goji berries to tea. I was particularly fascinated by how many times you were actually in the pictures doing it yourself. So we can see that you're a very, very, very ardent practitioner of what you preach, and we commend you for that. Uh, Thank you so much. We are now moving on to Zhao Fei on a bit of bio. She's the co-founder of Hub Shanghai and the co-host of Impact Hub for the Asia and Pacific region, APAC. Prior to founding Impact Hub Shanghai, she worked for a leading sustainability consulting firm and environmental organizations in China abroad for providing solutions for sustainable change in enterprises and governments. She was an observer at the UNF 3C negotiations and was involved in founding several enterprises and philanthropic organizations. You are very welcome. The floor is yours. We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. And I'm really happy to have this opportunity to share some of our insights and actions to support China and Africa energy collaborations through our innovative approach. I think so. I think as many like speakers like mentioned before, energy transition in Africa is really important for sustainable development. I think not only for because of massive energy needs on the ground, but also there's a lot of opportunities for green economic development for Africa. On the other hand, of affordable solutions as a legacy from many years Chinese renewable energy sectors efforts are with great potential to benefit global communities. As we all know, there's a lot of collaborations between China and Africa in large-scale infrastructure-based projects, but there are still many bottom-up needs like local households, factories, and farmland. How we can build a better collaboration mechanism between China and Africa to support this kind of needs is where we think innovation organization like Impact Hub has an important role for that. As one of the world's largest innovation networks for impact business, in last 18 years, we support innovators from more than 100 cities, 60 countries to address the local sustainable challenges through scalable business model. With partners from public and big corporations and NGOs, we together build an innovation system to create a just and sustainable world where business and profits are used to serve people and the planet. With nearly over 60 hubs, 60% of our hubs located in Global South, founded by local makers like me and Stephanie. And we have more many discussions the last years about how we as a local, really local rooted global connected network can better contribute to those challenging issues like climate change, energy transition. Our work in China started like from 2017 when we established the first hubs in a impact hub in Chinese mainland in Shanghai. Together with innovation ecosystem we built in like 6 years, We have accumulated a lot of knowledge and networks rather regarding innovations in sustainable field, especially climate and energy field. And this year, we also expand to Chongqing and Shenzhen and build a network there. And in Africa, Impact Hub began to support local entrepreneurs in Sahara Africa to promote and build a local-driven entrepreneurship ecosystem in 2014. And now we have 17 hubs around there and are doing a lot of great works on ground. Early this year, we began to discuss how hubs teams from both sides can working together to bring more energy innovation from China and African to and hope we can support the Africans like a transition. So together with like 17 hubs in in Africa and 3 hubs in China, we interview various stakeholders and get a lot of great insights on the ground from both sides regarding possible collaborations in energy transition. We found like from African perspectives, we found there's a lot of collaboration needs there, and people are expecting the collaborations to build on a sustainable business model with supporting of finance and technologies, and also hope to identify a series of solutions that's already adapted to African needs. And also, they hope to engage across a lot of stakeholders, and also we hope have like a holistic information and professional guidance. And more importantly, many of our partners they are hope to become a more strategic partner, and only kind of only as a market, but the really partners to develop their economies together, and also to link in energy transition to social economy innovation ecosystem. And also they hope like instead of like only like a point to point kind of like collaboration, they hope to link the innovation ecosystem between China and Africa. And from China side, a lot of experts and the companies think like there are great opportunities for entrepreneurship and the sustainable business model in bottom-up innovation, and and also like how to link the developments and economic development to energy transition is also a topic have a lot of discussion. And for challenger side, like a lot of Chinese companies have interested to go to African market, but they hope to identify the first customers. They don't know where to identify and who they can trust. And also like how to find those solutions that really fit in the African needs and all, at the same time also affordable, and also the of course like a flexible financing methods and the tools is a lack there. And so we also hope to, and another one very important is lack of talents in these areas. So and also we identify a lot of challenges like firsthand from like investigations with our 17 hubs in Africa. First, of course, the solar plus is the most important solutions, and also other solutions like low cost green hydrogen, and also like electricity costs and other kind of needs there. And also we identify some locals, a lot of like really demands from local companies. You can see like 70%, 70 more than 70% like needs are actually around the energy conservation, and also like also solar plus mentioned again, but especially agriculture, including pumps and dry solar powered dries. And so that is actually very good insight. Based on this like interview, we built a kind of our approach, bottom up approach to support the China African Energy Innovation Corporation. So we hope to identify with our hubs, we identify the local energy related needs, and also we identify innovators in both sides, Africa and China. And so the collaboration, like acceleration programs, we hope they can collaborate together, and we can also identify suitable financial instrument for them to really implement their collaboration. And so that is the program like called like we are actually launching this week about China African Energy Innovation Collaboration Accelerator projects. It's also under the China African Union and Energy Partnership. So yeah, it just yeah. So the because time is really limited, so I just like give some overview. And so actually for the program content, we will have like two, like first we want to identify some cases, and also then we want to identify some potential solutions. So if you want to know more, please come to us, and also like hope you can recommend really either African needs or like China solutions. We are all welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgine. Thank you for walking us through Impact Hub and your interventions in well over 100 countries. It was great to hear about the linkages between China and Africa and what you're looking to do and the launching of your new product. So we thank you, we commend you, and we wish you the best of successes. I don't know about everybody else, but for me, the mark of a truly good session is that you want to hear more. And from this morning, I just feel 1 hour, 15 minutes isn't enough time to just go through the richness and the content we have, but we will make do with what we have. So going forward, just to update everybody on what we're going to be doing, we're going to take, because some of our speakers need to leave, they're required in other panels. So we will do a very quick photo. I think this will take us barely 3 minutes so that some of our panelists can leave. And then immediately after that, we will resume after 3 to 5 minutes, and we will have a very interesting panel discussion, and that will take us out to the end of the session. So please, let's give a big round of applause again to our speakers, and we'll look forward to seeing you all in the panel discussion in the next 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Oh, 1 minute for the photos, I'm told. Yes, please. Do we have a background? We'll be back right now. Yep. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And now on to our panel discussion. And the title of our panel will be the Inclusive Africa Collaboration to Scale Up International Solar Solutions. And our panelists today, our very erudite panelists, are Stephanie Okafor of Impact Hub, Ayo Ademola, the President of Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, RIAN, Zeyunan Jang, Senior Strategy Manager of Decarbonization at Tencent, and Lin Ji, Program Director of the Global Environment Institute. To our panelists, you are very welcome. There we are. Welcome, panelists. Welcome, panelists. So I think my first question will be for all the panelists, and if we can do this just one by one, a quick round robin, to just get an idea of your current project. So if you could briefly introduce your current projects that are related to Solar Plus or the China Africa Solar Energy, the Energy Cooperation Initiative. And I think we'll just start from the furthest in that direction and walk our way through. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay. Thanks a lot for having me here. I'm Jilin from the Global Environmental Institute. We are a Chinese environmental NGO and among the first of Chinese NGOs to implement projects overseas, outside of China. Currently, we have a portfolio in Southeast Asia and also in Africa as well. In terms of rural energy and solar plus, we've a couple of years ago been facilitating the China's South-South Climate Aid cooperation between the Chinese government and the Myanmar government in terms of providing the donations of household solar PVs and also clean cook stoves to the Myanmar rural villages. And then part of the Chinese one-off aid models, we've actually piloted using a couple of them to pilot sort of conservation, community-based conservation and livelihoods development models, so that we actually work with the villages to set up a revolving fund in the village, and then using the aid provided solar panels so that the villagers will define a price that they can pay in installments to pay for the solars. And then the installments will be going to the rural revolving fund so that the fund can sustainably support the future purchase of some of these solars and clean cook stoves in the future, and also to support in low interest rates fund loans to the villages to actually have livelihoods development programs. And now we are working also in Africa as well, exploring opportunities to replicate that models to countries like Cameroon, where the forest resources are pretty rich, and we can work with forest villages around the country that without electricity to use that models to sustainably purchase and develop energy access in the country as well. So yeah, that's a brief introduction of our
Thank
effort.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Stephanie. I work with Impact Hub Network as the Africa Middle East regional host, and then CEO of Impact Hub Lagos specifically. And so in Impact Hub Lagos, the work that we've been doing primarily has centered around having fireside style conversations with different stakeholders in the ecosystem so that we can identify potential use cases and also connect the startups that are creating this innovative solutions around solar plus with investors to be able to provide financing for their solutions. Recently, we hosted a climate pitch day where we featured startups from not only Nigeria, but we had from other countries in the continent. We had startups from Uganda, Ghana, South Africa as well, and they all featured their different solar plus solutions to investors coming from all parts of the world. So from America, from Asian regions, from all over the world, really. And so that's primarily what we've been doing around solar. It's connecting startups with financing, essentially.
Okay, I think it's working. Okay. My name is Ayo Ademilua. I'm the president of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, and that's the body that's in charge of all the renewable energy project stakeholders and promoters in the country, ranging from solar to wind to whatever the renewables you're using. Focusing on Solar Plus right now today for today's conversation. Our members have been able to do a lot using solar in Nigeria. From mini grids to solar farms, to solar home systems, solar pumps, and others. And what we're trying to expect that we will see from this COP28 and these discussions today is how to push further, the cooperation between China and Africa and Nigeria towards some of those projects that we're developing, most especially looking towards the energy transition plan that we have in Nigeria towards 2060. Thank you.
This is Dari John from strategy team at Tencent, leading a lot of initiatives in carbon neutrality. So basically, as a tech company headquartered in China, we are not only committed to our own carbon neutral journey by 2030 to achieve that scope 1, 2, and 3. More importantly, we wanted to empower the society with tech and also model innovation. So related to Solar Plus, right now we are working on two projects. One of them is a very underground one in Shanxi Ankang, a rural area in the southern part of China. And actually the the resource there is very bad. I would like to introduce a little bit further. And we are doing a pilot there, and we are trying to find like more partners in China or in Africa to expand that model. And secondly, we wanted to utilize our digitalization capabilities to make the connections for financier, for project developers, for users in solar space more efficient. So on that side, I would also share a bit more later.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've heard very, very insightful uh, comments from our different panelists, and not just about the solar solutions, but the availability of financing and even the request for partners. So you heard it here first. For partners that are interested, this is the time to take the opportunity. And we have a very diverse, as you can see, a very diverse set of speakers. And so I'm going to I won't put anybody on the spot, but put people on the spot by asking very specific questions to some of ours, some of our panelists. And I will kick off with Stephanie. Don't worry, it's not that difficult. And the question for you is just looking at Impact Hub's on-ground experience in Africa, how would you assess the local progress in the status of the solar plus energy transition and China Africa collaboration?
Well, thank you very much, Shide, for that question. So I think that we have made some headway, I would say. So right now in our community in Impact of Lagos, we have quite a number of our startups that are really focused on solar plus solutions. And I'll use two of them as an example. So we have Sunfi and Owana Energy. And essentially what these two startups are doing is they started off at, providing solar panel systems to households, organizations. And then they found that there was a challenge or a gap when it came to providing financing for those solar systems. And so they pivoted and revamped their business model. And essentially, what these two startups do now is they are now financiers for solar plus solutions. So providing payment options, payment plans for low income communities, as well as regular family homes who are unable to pay for these somewhat pricey solar plus solutions. And so the two of them who are part of our community have actually partnered together and have Sunfi has been able to provide even um, more financing to Wana Energy to be able to provide solar plus solutions to low income earners in rural communities in Nigeria. Because what we've seen is there's an power poverty in Nigeria. 50% of the country is living without electricity. And so providing these solar solutions has been really essential. And I think that we are making some kind of headway in that regard. And then when it comes to the collaboration with Africa and China, one of the things that we're working on right now is we are actually working with Impact Hub Shanghai to create or to identify use cases for their accelerator program, which Xiaoxing mentioned earlier in her introductory speech. And so what we've done is it's research that's taken place in Nigeria, Lagos, Abidjan, and Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. And so they've established or identified key players in the ecosystem who are focusing on solar, also focusing on EV, as well as identifying talent or identifying the gap that exists in that space to be able to provide or share knowledge and expertise so that we can further nurture the talent that we do have on ground to be able to continue to provide these solar solutions to our communities.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And as you can see, we still have so much richness to go, but unfortunately, time is getting away from us. So I will ask Ayo. Here's your question, and I would crave your indulgence if we can keep it to 2 minutes. I know there's so much to say, but here comes your question, and that is from the perspective of the African local energy enterprises. Can you just share some standout examples of collaboration with Chinese companies and any challenges? If we could do that in 2 minutes.
I'll try. This this is tough. I think there's been great collaborations from technology transfer to capacity building. And I think one way or the other, China has been able to resonate with the with the mindset of African entrepreneurs when it comes to the renewable energy solar, projects in terms of, I don't know why, maybe because we share the same kind of sizes of population and problems, but there's this series of very interesting understanding that when the Chinese government and people and manufacturers are speaking with entrepreneurs, they're able to resonate quickly, in responding to what is needed. So, in terms of projects, straight to your question first, of course, across Africa, like I said, we've had great solar projects, in West Africa, in East Africa. Of course, East Africa has been bombarded a lot with a lot of this project. West Africa is coming up right now. South is beginning to come up because of the problem of power the South has right now. So we've had great projects across from utility scale to mini grids and to others. And in terms of challenges, I think I'll speak from the angle of Hannah's presentation and also from the Impact Hub presentation that there is a need to find a financial platform, a financing platform that will push more of those projects better, from the perspective of the African entrepreneurs. Once this is done, we'll be able to unlock. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayo, and thank you for keeping it within 2 minutes. Who knew? And now moving on to Lin J. And here comes your question. And you've been cultivating community-level China-Africa collaboration on climate and energy for a while now. So from your perspective, what's the entry point for China and Africa to collaborate? Please, within 2 minutes, if we
All right,
can.
that's a big question. So I actually had the opportunity to have a field trip to Cameroon a couple of weeks ago to see the real on-the-ground situations of rural communities that without electricity, and we do found there are a couple of challenges that in sort of foster a sustainable, scalable consumer market for renewable energies. First of all, it's actually the solar panels are still very costly in the rural villages. We've met one of the rich people in the village, and he spent actually 2 solar panels to generate a refrigerator and a couple of bulbs for like $1,200, $1,200. Yes, it's very costly for even in China for the price. And then the second one is that the quality of the solar panels is still not very good, and that actually reduced the trust among villages on buying continuously to buy solar panels. Villagers often saying that every 6 months they need to buy a new one to charge their cell phones. So that's actually a lot of challenges for them to actually encourage them to buy these panels. So I think in terms of collaboration in the future, first of all, it was very important to actually to lower the price. This is also important in terms of building capacities of technicians, of rural village technology providers, so that maintenance and also repair is also not that costly for the villagers as well. And then also, I think it's very important, as mentioned by a couple of speakers, in terms of the financing models. This can be in collaboration with the government aid program, also in terms of different encouragement or incentive policies by the government. Because in China, the experience is actually the government supports a lot of solar plus policies to sponsor like solar plus agriculture, solar plus fisheries, etc. So I think that can also be communicated between the governments of 2 sides as well. And community-based wise, if there can be any financing models to support villages to buy these equipments sustainably, that would also be great.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for those insights and comments. And now, last but not least on the panel, your question. You've created the Carbon Life platform. And so we're very keen to hear, what does Tencent envision this platform contributing to the advancement of China, Africa, energy cooperation? And unfairly, you have 1 minute and just 10 seconds left. So please go ahead.
That precise, like 1 minute and 10 seconds. Great. Okay, let's get it rolling. So, firstly, we really want to trust people on the ground because we do believe each region or each village will have its very specific needs and solutions. So, we had the experience in Shanxi, Ancon, but we didn't in Africa, in many regions. So, we want to really make those local solution, providers really shine on the platform. So that's one thing. We want to provide the information on the centralized digital hub. So that's the origin of the TAN Live T and LIVE platform from the beginning. And secondly, we want to make connection more efficient. So when you're looking for like those financing providers, actually not a lot of stakeholders know Tencent is doing the job right now in the Shanxi province. So we want to let them know like what kind of capital we could really provide. What is our risk appetite? What is the duration that we are looking at, and who are potentially could working along with us. So all these dots could be connected in a more efficient and digitalized way. So that's the like the approach that we are taking with the online platform called Tanlife. And we are very eager to work together with Impact Hub, with Xiaojing and also the team to facilitate the Africa China Energy Transition Innovation Program. And by doing that, we wish to amplify the impacts of those, on the spots, on the sites, great, innovative, and make the know-how and also the cases iterated in a more efficient way.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think we should give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you so much. As I said, it was so rich, a lot of data in a very short period of time. We would love to have heard more, but unfortunately, we are time. We thank you for keeping it to time, and we look forward to hearing from you subsequently. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for attending the session. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Welcome to the session on the importance of protecting and restoring mangroves to address climate change. Today, we will discuss this topic and we'll learn a little bit more about this in a minute, but we will also learn about the mangrove experience of the UN's first digital ambassador, and that is Elix, the figure Elix. And we will discuss how we can mobilize and drive action for climate through arts, culture, and technology. And with me here today are Yassine Aitkassi, the creator of Elix, our UN first digital ambassador, and Adeline Pilon, the executive president of the Elix Foundation. And welcome to both of you. And Yassine and Adeline, we have seen Elix tour the world. We have seen him advocate for human rights and for the sustainable development goals. And now he is advocating to protect and restore mangroves. And before we start our conversation, I would really like to have a look at a clip. Well, thank you so much, Yassine and Adeline, for bringing this to us. Looks fantastic, and I can't wait to if you want to play with that and join Elix on this journey. But let me start by asking you, Yassine, why mangroves? Why are mangroves so important to address climate change?
Mangroves areas are a little bit like, belts around Earth because it's located, in tropical areas. And it's a little bit the security belt of Earth. Because few people know it, but the mangrove are an amazing tool to capture carbon. Um, about 4 times more than regular forest. And they have also a lot of qualities to protect the lands, the coastal lands. And the mangrove, when you regenerate the mangrove, you protect the land and also you capture more carbon. So that's the reason why it's a very powerful tool to address climate change and fight climate change and help also communities in some of the region that are the most affected by the consequences of it.
Yes, obviously, very important area. Um, as we said before, Elix so far has, advocated for the big human rights and development frameworks. He has really taken the bird's eye view, if you want. And now the figure is going into detail in mangroves. How is that, if you want, the logical next step for a figure like Elix?
Absolutely. Elix exists for more than 12 years now, and it has always been a fictional character, but that acts in the real world. And that's how also he came to the United Nations, because he can speak to anyone in the world. And the motto of this COP28 is deliver, act. No, it's unite, act, deliver. So obviously, Elix is about uniting, because it's a common language for everyone, very simple, everyone can understand it. But it's not enough. I mean, in 2023, the promotion is not enough. Uh, it's not enough to tell the problem. You have also to address them. So we pass from uniting to act and deliver, and action can be done in many ways. I mean, we ask people to be involved on social digital networks, but then you have also to deliver a real impact, and that's what we do with this kind of experience. In the mangrove experience, you have the all the learning parts, and then from that you can take part to the restoration of the mangrove. This is the deliver part.
And how does that just through this experience you learn and you understand? How can you deliver when you follow Elix through this
So
experience?
in the experience, you see the mangrove in nowadays, like in 2023, and all the problems that has to be addressed. Then you can jump to 2030, and you see how it was restored, and what has been done into this time. And then we are partnering with a company named Carbonable, that can give you NFTs that come with carbon credits. And with these carbon credits, we actually finance the restoration of the area that has been chosen. So it's very important, because not only for audience, but also for companies, they can have a real they can make a real action, but also track what has been done with their investment. They can see the different steps from the money they gave to the restoration of the area. That's the principle of blockchain. So through this project, we have this artistic experience and learning experience, to also a real impact experience, where you can follow what has been done with your money.
So very clearly, digital technology, a very important part of that. And that brings me to you, Adeline, because with the foundation, with the Elix Foundation, you work at the intersection of arts, culture, but also technology, and that is digital technology. And how do you see this as a particularly potent mix, if you want, to drive social change and to drive climate action? And how have you seen this play out in Elix's campaigns?
Well, actually, we work a lot now on the relationship between culture and future. And what we think is like culture shapes the future. This has always been true since ever. But why is more important today is because time goes, time flies. Its future is now. So as soon as you do a representation about, for example, here, a regenerating mangrove, it makes you think for tomorrow mangrove because time is going really, really fast today. And the other way of the relationship is like in the future, culture will be more important in our economies, in our activities, in our social representations, because we're going away from fossil fuel industries, from extractive industries, and we're going more and more to creative industries. And this is true in all over the world. Of course, in the Gulf region, there are many giga project examples with Saudis forecasting over like 200 museums and art places to come by 10 years. But also when you see what's going on in Africa, you see that like there's transferring from raw material industries to culture industries. I'm taking to Senegal, hosting more and more artists in creativity with the Biennale. I'm thinking also to the French luxury brand Chanel that have chosen Senegal to be the first country to do a catwalk outside of Europe. I'm also thinking to Nigeria, which is the second place to produce movies. So there is a global move about in the future that going away from extractive industry to creative industries. And also when we think to adaptation to really locally led adaptation, we thought today that we need to restore like really ancestral techniques, ancestral habits. For example, in the mangrove, but also in housing, the way we build architectures of house of tomorrow is not only about technology, it's also about restoring really, really ancestral practices. And those are immaterial patrimony. And we need to protect this material patrimony, not only in physical museum, it can be also digital museum. It can be light infrastructure, but it's also about protecting culture. So that's why we really work at the foundation and we advocate about this relationship between culture and future and future and culture. And so what we've been seeing in all our companies, Alex, is like we always like really comfortable with these positions that in all our campaign we mix cognitive and brains elements with heart and we connect it with heart and emotion because we're both cognitive and we're both emotional bodies. So we've always been like doing whatever we do, we accept that we are like this dual, we all have this dual part inside us. The evolution of what we've been doing, and this evolution is also thanks to the technology and the evolution of the technologies. Is like at the like 12 years ago when it was created, 10 years ago when it was named ambassador of it was more about like awareness campaign. Then we added like a call to action to change people's habits. For example, when we team up for Act Now, and now what we do is like inside the campaign, inside the experience, we we embed a complete contribution. So that's in the mangrove. The mangrove you play on the game, and at the end of the game, go. It's not just things that next time don't walk through a mangrove. It's like it's not only a call to action. It's now contribute to restore it.
But very clearly, you have already outlined there really the evolution also of the campaigns, and that's actually what I was so interested in really to learn. And you because with the development of technology, the campaigns and the character Elix has also evolved and further developed. Because as you said earlier, the future is now, and things change extremely fast, and Elix obviously has changed with that. And now this experience is a virtual reality experience. So the question maybe to you again, Yassine, how can you, I don't even want to say users, but people who travel, co-travelers with Elix, how can they transfer what they see in virtual reality to their real life, if you want?
Mhm. And this will be one of the major issue in the near future, especially with artificial intelligence and the way the digital life totally entered into our daily life. So we really need to create bridges between this virtual life, whatever we call it, and it's not necessarily through virtual reality, but also with the social network lives and so on, and what is happening with artificial intelligence with the real life on the field, the real life in the communities. So that's the reason why we use this blockchain technology with Carbonable in order to be able to finance the project, but also to have a track of the finance. Because with the NFT and with the blockchain, you can see all the transactions that are made done. So when you have here at the COP all this announced about millions given to the project and so on, so that's absolutely great. But it's very important for the people to keep the trust of the path between the money and the final impact. So the money goes really to the people who need that and not to many intermediaries. So that's what the blockchain will be very, very important in the near future, because as you can track all the transaction, there is a direct link between your contribution and what will happen on the field. And then from that, of course, there are a lot of local NGO that work directly on the mangroves. And as Adeline said, it's the locally led adaptation. It's not a global project with money going you don't know where. It's really directly connecting to the communities. And with the blockchain, we can create a direct connection between the user or company or anyone who wants to have a real impact and the project that has been selected and not by us but by um, an expert on the domain, so that can be tracked also. And that's we create, in fact, we design the connection between this digital experience and the final project.
So in a way, also giving people agency by seeing the direct impact they can have by joining ELIX on this journey. Adeline, I would like to ask you a little bit more about the scope, really, of this impact, your collaboration with experts and with organizations that work directly in mangrove reforestation and protection.
Well, the whole team about mangrove, we team up when we produce it. We team up with a lot of parts. We have like first of all, we are going like the whole experience with like a physical installation plus a virtual installation, like a virtual experiences in the VR headset plus the tokenization for restoration of the mangrove. This is a three-step experience that brings a lot of people with us. First of all, we will need to work with Carbonable. Carbonable is our like one of our main partner on that because they are going to work with mangrove experts plus plus companies such as the ones that will audit how good are the carbon credit, and then from that we will need to select which mangrove and size it and size the ambition of the experience. And one after we can embed this selected mangrove and with a selected size into the project, into the experience. So before, like this mangrove experience can be shown so many times, but each time it's shown is connected to one mangrove. To connect it to one mangrove, we need to bring experts. We need to bring e- companies that can audit what the carbon credits are about, and we need Carbonable to embed all things into each experience.
We'll add that today you can already experience the project through our website, and so you don't need a VR headset. You can go in a virtual space that is already available on our website elix.net, and you can see all the topics in 2023 and 2030.
See, you knew already what I would ask you next, Yassine. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot for providing that information. And Adeline, maybe also one last question for you. What are the next projects? Are you already planning next projects through the foundation?
Yes, we're always planning next project. Actually, is the next. The thing is, like, we really like thinking the world as a digital world, not thinking the digital on one side and the physical real life in the other side. We really think that we are living in this digital mix, hybrid, whatever the term you want to use, but it's really mixed realities. And then when you see this, it's like really what about us I said before. Culture gives you an image, a representation of what the next future, the immediate future will be. So what we are doing with mangrove, like showing how it will be when it's one restored and and push you to contribute to it, that can be reproduced with many purposes, because with the 17 SDGs, we just have like so many options of purpose we can defend and contribute to. So the thing is really vast. And so we've been working on other topic with the same formula. We are working with a association and companies that help people to build sustainable housing in the whole Sahel. We are working also in the next month for because Paris will receive the Olympics Games. So we're working on over the sort infrastructure can help Paris to be more sustainable. So once again, is it's two topics we are working on, but we can work on many topics because as soon as we will produce the digital formula.
And with the smile of Elix, always keep in mind that hope drives action. So this is, as Adeline said, it can be many topics but with the same spirit that we can contribute to a better future. And so this is what symbolizes this smile. It's not that everything is all right. We know that we have a lot to do, but this is the spirit to make action and to be in the action.
And I think it is so important. And thanks for ending on that note, because I think it is so important to still provide also a narrative of hope, to engage people and to drive the action that we know is needed. And this is why it's so wonderful to always so wonderful to talking to you, Yassine and Adeline. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much for your energy, for all your ideas, for giving us our first digital ambassador at the United Nations with the figure Elix. And thank you for your great collaboration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, picture. Yes. I do.
We can take it.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the SDG Pavilion here at COP28 in Dubai. I'm Ariel Alexevich, a Sustainable Development Officer at UN DESA, and I'm here today to talk about the latest issue of the Natural Resources Forum, which is a UN Sustainable Development journal. And we have a new issue, a special issue on sustainable water and energy solutions. So I am here with Mr. Fernando Arlandes, Deputy Managing Director at Canal de Isabel Segunda, Comunidad de Madrid, Spain. Thank you for being here, Fernando.
Thank you to you.
And congratulations, your paper, your organization's paper was selected for publication in this issue. And it's only one of 10 papers here. So we would really like if you can help us understand some of the key messages from this report. So first of all, this is about the water industry in Madrid, right? So it's you're promoting sustainable growth and self-generation of energy. How do you summarize in general terms the sustainable development strategy of Canal de Isabel Segunda?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, uh, to say thank you to the organization for inviting us to explain our policies, environmental and sustainable policies. So, relating to the question you asked me, our company has a mission in our community, which is to take care of the water. So, with this motto, we have really strong programs to develop a very hard policy to save water to the people and to get more water for to get the right water for our society, and also in the quantity and quality and continuity that is needed for a good development. This is what many people call adaptation to the environmental changes or the climate change.
Yes. Well, great. And so, what are some of the most important projects related to the generation of renewable energy? And can you talk a little bit more about how this helps the mitigation of climate change?
Okay, the idea to get whatever energy it has in the water cycle. For example, we have energy in form of biogas in the wastewater treatment plants, and we then have a lot of plants. For example, we have 4 plants that is going to be inaugurated in the next 24 months, and we also have like 35, 34 megawatts of hydroelectric power plants, and also we are developing other kind of energy, especially solar. And then, but maybe we talk more about in another question about the solar program.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. So, yeah, and exactly. So, what are the projects about adaptation now, perhaps?
Okay, adaptation. Basically, our company works on adaptation because Madrid is in a really dry area with many periods with dry seasons and many years that we don't have enough water for supplying the citizens. So we have many reservoirs, many different sources like wells and things like that. And so our first things we do in adaptation is to try to accomplish this demand of water. Also, we have other programs related with adaptation. For example, all of the programs to prevent leaks, prevent losses of the water pipelines. So in that sense, we have the lowest level of real losses in Spain. We are under 4% of losses of the water we introduce in our network, our mains. So this is the things we do to prevent water to be lost.
Yes. I mean, Madrid, we all love the beautiful weather there, but it is dry. So this is critical.
In summer, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
it's exactly. So you mentioned, I think, the solar plan project. Can you tell us about more about that and the objectives there?
Okay. So yes, we are really proud of our solar project. We are installing almost like 1 megawatt per month for the next months, and up to arrive to 50 megawatt installed. So summing up all of our energy, mainly renewable energy from the different sources, with this solar plan, we arrive like to 160 megawatt installed. So it's so high, I mean, for a company like us, because we are not an energy company, we are just a distribution company. In fact, we know that we are the company in Europe with more renewable energy already installed. And of course, with this program, we'll be even have more energy, renewable energy installed.
Yeah, that's great. It sounds like a really cool project. You can obviously read more about it in the journal here. And let's talk about water a little bit more. And how is Canal de Isabel Segunda promoting reclaimed water production?
Okay, so reclaim or reuse or recycle water is something that is important in an environment where do you have some periods of deficit of water. So in that cases, to improve or recyclable or reuse water is the way to prevent use of drinking water for things like irrigation or golf courses or even industrial uses. So in Madrid, we have now a production of 120 more or less cubic hectometers per year, which represent almost 25% of the water consumed in Madrid, which is so good thing, no? But it's difficult to find new clients when you arrive because usage is restricted because the European laws. So then we are working to the European rulers, to the European Union, to expand the use of to that Europe allow to use this kind of renewable water or reclaimed water. So it's one of the things that we need more clients and improve the legislation to apply it for more uses, the reclaimed water.
Yeah, it sounds like you're being very creative in how you're working with the regulations to make
Yeah.
real change. So
Yes, true.
that's very cool. And then finally, are there other conclusions from this paper that you'd like to tell us about?
Okay, conclusion is saying that one thing we have in mind always is to do more with less, to try to um, to get more energy from places where this energy is lost. And this is the thing that I can say to the people: think in a very imaginative way, and you will find ways to get this energy and to transform this energy in this potential energy into real energy.
Yeah, well, thank you. The solutions are out there. We just sometimes have to use our imagination, like you said. So thank you, Fernando, so much for joining us. For everyone out there, please do go to un.org/DESA. You can find the link to the Natural Resources Forum latest special issue on sustainable water and energy solutions. And with that, we'll be back soon with more from the SDG Pavilion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, please. Yeah, we're ready. Let's do it. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the SDG Pavilion here at COP28 in Dubai. And we are here with another author from one of the articles in the new Natural Resources Forum, which is a United Nations Sustainable Development Journal. This is a special issue on sustainable water and energy solutions. And I'm so happy to be here with one of the authors of the report. I'm here with Mr. Luis Miguel Pais, CEO of Azazgua in Guatemala. So welcome, Luis Miguel.
Thank you very much for this piece, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. So, can you tell us what is the main objective of this paper written by experts from your organization?
Okay, actually, what we wanted to do first is see if we are going forward to sustainability and what's the impact that the sugar agro-industry is doing in the country, and if the efforts that we are doing are really getting impact in the society and the communities around the mills.
It's really important. So, what are the two main questions raised by the authors of this report?
Okay, first of all, what we are doing. It's really going forwards to the main objective that we have, and then if the, the different activities are really like moving the indicators in the communities, and we really are having this impact that we are willing.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, the Azasqua organization is related to sugar, as you said. So how does the Guatemalan sugar industry contribute to the SDGs? Especially this is a special issue on water and energy, especially SDGs 6 and 7.
Okay, about SDG 6 in the part of water, we have in the inner part, it's toward the mills and all the agro industry. We have created different technologies to optimize the use of water. For example, we have invest in efficient irrigation systems that will use less water. We have also created an app that it's used by all the mills in order to know when that you have to irrigate, how amount of water you need to use, and this will use less water than the average of the industry. For example, in Guatemala, 74% of the water that is used by the sugarcane comes from the rain, and the rest of the water we have to be more efficient. Although we need irrigation, we are still using less water than the average countries that produces sugarcane.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and I this app sounds really cool. And so it's local farmers who are using it.
All the local farmers and all the value chain that it's part of the sugar production. They also receive this technical assistance from the mills, so they can not only be more efficient, but be more profitable.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I like it. So, so I'd like to ask you, what are some of the policy implications highlighted in this report, particularly in terms of the intersectoral collaborations and capacity building in developing countries in like Guatemala and beyond?
What we have seen is that we are doing a lot of things, but we are not having a lot of impact because alone by ourselves we cannot do much if we don't have the support of the state, the communities, the local municipalities. So we have been working in different activities with the municipalities, with the local communities, because we can keep doing a lot of things, but if we are not working integrated, there won't be a real change.
Yeah, integration is key. Absolutely. And so, can you tell us what is this paper concluding on? What's the
The
conclusion?
conclusion of this paper is that we can still doing a lot. That we can, for example, in SDG 7, that we are uh, producing almost 30% of the national requirement of energy in a sustainable way by generating with gas, with cane gas. Uh, we still need to work with government, with communities, and with the central government if we really want to have an impact in the whole country. We can't work by ourselves. We need to work together and every day do better practices in order to succeed.
Yes. Well, with that, I think we'll have to end it here. But thank you so much for telling us about the paper in the Natural Resources Forum. And good luck with all of your continued work. And to everyone watching at home, if you'd like to learn more, please do read that article in the journal. You can find it at un.org/DESA. We'll have the link to the Natural Resources Forum special issue on sustainable water and energy solutions. So with that, we'll say goodbye from the SDG Pavilion for now, and stay tuned. There's more great content coming up. Thanks.
Hey, good afternoon here and morning or evening, where you're joining from. Thank you for joining us in person and online. We are here for the next hour to talk about health, climate and SDG synergies, and particularly looking at health as an entry point to SDGs and the synergy between SDGs and climate. And we're zeroing in on cities, on air pollution, and on justice. So yesterday was Health Day, the first health theme day, and we now know that the climate crisis is a health crisis. We all should be able to say that in our sleep by now. The climate crisis is also a development crisis, and there are huge opportunities to work synergistically to address these two global agenda together. An anecdote is in trying to find this venue. I asked a few people, I'm looking for the SDG Pavilion, and two different people asked me, okay, do you have any other directions? And I said, no, it's the SDG Pavilion. I've got the floor, I've got the building. She's like, oh, and what does SDG stand for? Again. So I think that is an anecdote for really how much better we should be doing at working on the sustainable development goals for anyone who needs that, and climate synergies. So I'm joined by some esteemed speakers today. We're going to be setting the scene a little bit. So on two different reports, so a report on two recent reports on climate and SDG synergies and on healthcare benefits through climate mitigation. So having set that scene, we're going to zero in on finance and talk about what the landscape is, particularly on air pollution, and some examples of financing approaches with a development bank. And then we'll shift to policy and hear from a mayor who would talk about how they are implementing and thinking about this synergy, and particularly focused on one of the pathways or health benefits of both climate and SDG synergies. And lastly, we're focused on youth and justice and as a critical engine for driving action. So what I will do is I'll just introduce the speakers first, just all together, so that we can just then flow from there. So first you'll hear from me, I'm sorry, talking a little bit about the climate and SDG synergies. And then we'll hear from Dr. Sarah Whitney, who is an assistant professor at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and was a lead author of the Lancet Pathfinder Commission. And then when we go to finance, we will hear from Sean Maguire, who is the Strategic Partnerships Director from the Clean Air Fund. And we will also hear from Bruno Carrasco, who is the Director General of Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department at the Asia Development Bank. With policy, we will hear from Manuel Araujo, who is the Mayor of Quilimane in Mozambique. Thank you for joining us. And last but definitely not the least, focusing on justice and youth, we'll hear from Olumide Idowu, who is founder of the International Climate Change Development Initiative, the executive coordinator of the African Youth Initiative on Climate Change, and an Urban Better Citizen. Does that sound like a good plan of action? Okay, so setting the scene first with the climate and SDG synergies. One of the things that was really particularly encouraging was that a few months ago, the UNFCCC and UN DESA got together and commissioned a report to look at the climate and SDG synergies and opportunities for tackling these together. So they compiled an expert group, and I was one of those expert group members. And one of the things we looked at is what is the evidence for synergies or indeed trade-offs? What are the barriers to action, and what are the critical ways forwards? I just want to highlight a couple of things because I'll come back to it as the session goes on. So the starkest finding really was that the synergies between there are significant synergies between climate action and 80% of SDG targets. 80%. And yet we we're confronted with three different types of challenges. One, knowledge challenges. So the methods, the methodologies and methods in terms of how we standardize measuring progress towards SDG targets and the climate targets are not standardized, right? So, and I think this will sound familiar to you, Sarah. Also knowledge, just the skills to be able to do that. There are economic challenges, financing, and this is why we focus on the finance component. So how these global agenda are being financed is a really critical aspect. Who is accountable for the costs and the savings that come from that? And lastly, policy barriers. So, we have a myriad of we have the climate people here at COP28 in Dubai at the moment. And then the SDG people that go to the high level political forum and report on the voluntary national reviews on progress towards SDGs. And often these are different people. And so actually the policy institutional frameworks for reporting and pulling these together are really lacking and pose a challenge. And then in terms of the key recommendations, and I'm not going to go through them all because I will suggest that the participants and the audience have a look at it. I want to highlight a couple of key recommendations. One, the importance of strengthening the science, policy, and societal landscape. Right, if we're going to standardize the methodologies for how we measure progress, we have to be working more closely together across this nexus. Two, the importance of policy coherence. And I think this is a reality for climate, is a reality for SDG, is even more a reality when we're looking at the synergy and interaction between them. And maybe the last thing that I wanted to highlight is that one of the things that we recommended was to use this opportunity, the COP28, to really highlight the potential for win-win synergies to actually, because it would be much more efficient to achieve these if we work together across the climate and SDGs. So that's just a brief overview, and we may come back to that if we have time, of what was found in that report. One of the key things, I'm just going to hand over to Sarah, whose slides will be coming up in a moment. One of the key things that we found, Sarah, was that there was a lack of evidence on this synergy, but some of the evidence that we found that was more prominent was around air pollution and around energy transitions, etc. How does this mirror what you found in the Pathfinders report? So if you can just tell us a little bit about that to set the scene.
I can, if I can get the.
If you can just get the slides up.
I've gone too far. Sorry about that. Yeah, so thank you, Tolu. So as Tolu said, we have just published a report about 2 weeks ago. We've got the QR code there where you can find out more to download our report. It's quite a long report, so I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail today. But you can find out a lot more online. And there's also a nice, helpful short 10-page summary for anybody who doesn't want to wade through 25,000 words. But basically, what we were trying to do with the Pathfinder Commission, which Tolu was kindly a commissioner on, was to identify the evidence base, both from the modelled and implemented arenas, in terms of what the health co-benefits from mitigation actions are. And for anybody who doesn't know what health co-benefits are, these are the near-term health benefits that can be accrued. So these are benefits to health that can be accrued in addition to the long-term impacts of reducing dangerous climate change. So we're not talking about things like reductions in heat. We're talking about things that are like reducing air pollution and switching to healthier diets. And so what we did was we went through, we did an umbrella review, which was a systematic review of systematic reviews. So looking through all the gathered peer-reviewed and published evidence, we went through about 5,000 papers. We found significant challenges, as Tolu said. So in terms of having to harmonize results. So when you're trying to look at results across one type of mitigation action through one health pathway to sort of the health outcomes that you could potentially address through those, then it's very hard to compare across different sectors, different pathways, because everybody's
publishing evidence in a very different way. So it's like comparing apples and oranges in a way. It's very hard to do. So our fantastic team worked very hard to go and harmonize all those results, to standardize them for comparability. And as you can see within the modeled evidence that's published, there's a lot of information that's being published on healthy, sustainable diets and the pathways by which they can impact and reduce mortality and improve years life lost. There's also significant evidence on transportation through a variety of different actions. And there was some evidence for other actions, such as multi-sectoral actions, such as subsidies and carbon taxes and things like that. And a little bit of evidence as well around things like clean cook stoves and things like reductions in air pollution through switching to renewables. But I think you can see that the main three pathways by which obviously we would found most of the evidence that exists in the literature is through air pollution, improved physical activity, or through diet. But when you look into it in more detail, you can see that the context really varies. So depending where you are, so on the left of this rather complicated diagram, you can see reductions in CO2 emissions, and on the right is improvements in health. So the bigger the bar on the right, the more that we saw improvements in health. And obviously things like clean cook stoves, you can see there are significant benefits for health. There are also small climate benefits as well, and scaled up, these could be more significant. As Tolu earlier said, there are also barriers and implementation challenges towards switching to clean cook stoves in terms of accessibility and acceptability of those cook stoves. Yeah, and I think it shows there is a lot of country context, and so you do need to consider the context in which the actions are taken. We did find a little bit of implemented evidence as well, where both the climate mitigation benefits and the health outcomes had been measured. And I think these really have significant implications for measuring reporting against the SDGs, better mental health, reduced healthcare costs, reduced breathlessness, and warmer homes. So it's not just touching on these sort of actions have significant benefits, and we're really not capturing all that range of benefits as well. We did a lot on nature-based solutions, and those have really great wins for SDGs. They can improve our environments, reduce food poverty, energy poverty, all sorts of different impacts that can be found. And we don't have a lot of time to say a lot more, but I think one thing that it would be really crucial to point out is that with a lot of this evidence, they are not published, they're not capturing the full range of benefits across the SDGs that could be realized. But also it's really important to think about equity and to think about the disparities that exist across those different groups, because we can't achieve the modeled benefits without addressing the SDGs. We need to address all those SDGs in terms of, improving energy poverty. We can't have access to clean energy for everybody unless we're improving against the SDGs, I think. So we can't have health without SDGs, and we can't have SDGs without improving health. So
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Now you mentioned, maybe just one bounce back to you before I pass on. You mentioned nature-based solutions, which I was going to bring up, because one of the things that we found in the climate SDG report, for example, was this: whilst there was some much more focus on air pollution and energy, as I said, things around, say, biodiversity was really lacking, because that's like a significant opportunity to achieve win-wins on climate and SDGs. Did you find, and I know you didn't specifically look at this, but what is your sense on the extent to which SDGs were captured or discussed within those kind of climate mitigation?
I think they're touched on a lot. So there's a lot of kind of knowledge that there's the potential is there, but I think it's like the challenge that you have with measuring SDGs is getting reliable indicators at the scale that they're actually meaningful. I think it's the same challenge that's faced in sort of assessing progress against the SDGs. Is we know within those reports they're often saying, and we didn't just look through published literature. We did that just for the umbrella review, but when we were looking for implemented studies, we looked through funding databases, we looked through grey literature, and there's a lot of indications that those metrics are being achieved, that we really are having benefits within some actions. I think within nature-based solutions there has been a challenge. I think some have been implemented poorly without respecting the land rights the local communities or really engaging with them in designing the actions. So there's been a few challenges there, but there are really good examples of nature-based solutions that have shown improved food security, improved gender equity, reducing time spent for women in labor and stuff like that. So yeah, allowing them to be more educated. So there are, people try and measure a bunch of different things that are really relevant for the SDGs, but it's not always, I think it's a lack of training and interdisciplinarity that's really been lacking. So it's really working with conservation biologists, with people in finance to sort of get everybody on the page to how we can assess them all together.
Right, thank you. So that really is highlighting that knowledge challenge that was also found in the climate SDG report. So another challenge was the financing. And so we're going from just a kind of global setting the scene into zeroing in a little bit on cities and in general and air pollution in particular. So Sean, coming to you with finance and kind of zeroing in on air pollution, because we've seen from Sarah's report that that's an obvious opportunity to achieve health through climate mitigation and to achieve climate and SDG action. What is the landscape for funding for air pollution at the moment?
Well, thank you very much for having me, and I think it's great that we're zeroing in on air pollution because I really think that's one of the pathways that will deliver us kind of maximum social, kind of economic and human benefits in a kind of really integrated way. We don't have time to sort of go into all the statistics around air pollution, but it's probably well known that air pollution exacts a terrible toll in terms of mortality, high illness, and economic impact on productivity, and through the health costs as well. But unfortunately, the importance of action on air pollution is not borne out by the amount of funding that flows into it. So we'll just get the first slide up in a second, and we'll maybe if I click, will it be there? It's not there. We're just waiting for the slide to come up. Anyway, the numbers that I'm going to show you are from an annual report on the state of global air quality funding. We produced this for the last 4 years, and it's really about getting a survey of how much international development assistance is flowing through to the issue of air quality. So we look at all of the international funders, and what money they're flowing through. We also look at the philanthropic funding that's flowing through there as well. And the numbers are not very encouraging. There's actually very little money flowing through to air quality. Well, there we go. There's the first slide is up there. So just over $17.3 billion of international assistance has flown to air quality projects in over 6 years, up to 2021. There's a bit of a lag in the data. So that's less than 1% of all development funding going to direct air quality projects over that period. And this is the money that comes from those funders and is going specifically to projects that will help improve air quality. And there are some differences year by year. You'll see there's a bit of a slump in the COVID year. But basically, we're sort of bumping along the bottom. It's not really very impressive at all. And you may ask, well, okay, but does investment in air quality actually give you a good return? Can that be articulated in monetary terms? And it's hard to do that. It's hard to quantify exactly the benefits of air quality improvement because you have to, do an estimate for the value of lives prolonged, lives saved, and make estimates for absenteeism reduced and workplace productivity. But there is one study. It comes out of the US that gives a sense of a return of investment. And that's they estimated that the investment in their Clean Air Act, which was largely responsible for cleaning up a lot of America's air, has delivered a 30 times return in terms of economic benefits. So another way of looking at finance flows is within the context of climate finance. And we know that international funders provide billions and billions of dollars of international finance every year. And we estimate the commitments amounted to $578 billion of the period from 2015 to 2021. And of that, only 11.6 billion, just 2%, was spent on projects which tackled air pollution and climate together. So that's just 2%. So this is funding for things like energy transition and transport decarbonization and policy reforms. So, and by the way, the other 5.7 billion from the original 17 point something goes to non-climate related air quality work. So that's things like air quality monitoring and measurement and dust reduction and programs like that. But what this means is that there's an astonishing 98% of climate finance which does not have explicit air quality objectives. And even allowing for the fact that many projects will have accidental or unplanned air quality benefits, it's still a lot of co-benefits that are going unaccounted for and possibly missed because they're not being factored in or planned for or allowed for. And if you care about the SDGs, why should you care about air quality and air pollution? Well, it's very clear that a failure to act on air pollution will doom you to failure on the SDGs as well. So, for instance, air pollution it's not particularly well known, but air pollution is a major threat to food security. Already, current levels of air pollution, primarily ozone, reduce global yields by 7 to 12% for wheat, 6 to 12% for soybean, and 3 to 4% for rice and maize. And they estimate that causes economic losses of $26 billion annually. And of course, health is another critical area. We know that air pollution is a killer. There are various statistics out there. There was a study last week that said air pollution kills 8 million a year, 5 million directly from fossil fuels, 7 million premature death studies according to the WHO from 2016. And the healthcare costs are also huge. The World Bank estimates an extraordinary figure of $8.1 trillion a year in healthcare costs. And the OECD estimates 1.2 billion days of lost working days due to air pollution each year. So, it's very, very clear that that air pollution imposes a huge economic cost on us. Again, less well understood that air pollution also stands in the way of achieving gender equality and equality generally, because it's an issue that hits the poorest and the most vulnerable the hardest. You were talking about cook stoves and the health costs that imposes, and that, of course, affects women much more than it does men. And of course, air pollution toxifies our rivers and our seas and our landscapes, since trees and nature have to breathe what we emit as well as human beings. So, you can see there's a vast panoply of SDGs that are impacted by air pollution. And it's an area where synergies and synergistic thinking are really required and can deliver real benefits.
Thank you so much, Sean. I think that was a really great expose of the opportunity in tackling air pollution for both for health action, but also climate and SDG. And that last slide really, I think, hit the nail on the head, because we often think about health, but actually across the SDGs, there are opportunities for achieving synergy. So, from setting that scene from finance, in the last day, Bruno, there's been a lot of pledges around health and climate financing, and development finance institutions and MDBs, development banks in particular, have gained a lot of prominence in in implementing that, right? Being tasked with that, and of course, really essential to your existence is development, right? So really the opportunity to achieve climate and SDG synergies is high. So from the perspective of the Asia Development Bank, Bruno, can you share some reflections on the finance landscape, but particularly what the Asia Development Bank is doing, and your approach to this synergy?
Thank you very much, Tolu. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay. So I'm delighted to be here. We have faced this dilemma as the Asian Development Bank, where we're committed to supporting the Sustainable Development Goals. We then had to transit and position ourselves over time to become the climate bank for Asia and the Pacific. So board members would ask us, how do you look at the trade-off? What are you going to do more of? How is this going to be sequenced? And I think two things that kind of come out of that whole discussion, that debate. One, I think, is what we've talked to a little bit before about co-benefits. We refer to it as the intersectionality between a lot of the work that we do. And we're a bank that is largely doing infrastructure development. And we recognized already from some years ago that for every project, infrastructure project, we need to look at it through a climate lens. So whether it's an energy project that we're building solar panels, whether it's a transport project where we're building a bus rapid transit system, whether it's a gender project where we're looking at gender and heat stress, which I'll come back to. The idea is to be able to layer climate into a lot of the SDG work that we're doing. And that is not easy. You've got your road engineers who, don't want to see what else we need to put into the project to make it work. But it is a transformation, it is a transition, and it's a mindset issue, among other things. The other point that I wanted to make is that when we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, increasingly, when we were looking at the capacity gap, the finance gap, the policy gap that you mentioned, for us, we increasingly recognize the importance of local governments to be able to go ahead and support this. I think there's some work of the Earth Institute saying that about 2/3 of the 169 SDG targets have a local government dimension. So we try to build on those two lessons to try to be more effective in terms of our development impact. When we talk about financing, everyone says, yeah, you got a lot of millions in dollars and even billions, but how does that translate? And it goes back, I think, to the point that Sean was making, that we do a lot of good work. A lot of our climate change work is looking at decarbonizing, but at the same time, we're improving the air quality when we're doing that. We're not always capturing it. So yes, it's a good point that you've mentioned that we need to do more, but at the same time, we need to be able to capture more. So I think that as we go forward, the challenge for us is to make sure that we have a development agenda that addresses the needs of our countries, and recognizing now that you cannot build any infrastructure without that climate lens. We had the unfortunate, terrific disasters last year in Pakistan, where you had a lot of glacier melt that then drove large flooding, destroyed lives, livelihoods. The penny dropped on that one. And whereas before they were saying, okay, no, I want to do this, let's look at climate change in another context. No, now development is looking at climate resolution. And I think that's a very important point. I just wanted to mention in terms of the financing. So to become the climate bank, we have reorganized ourselves. So a lot of people are saying, well, what are you doing differently? Well, we've reorganized ourselves in a big way. We've got 4 shifts. The first one is the climate shift. So everything has to be put through that climate lens. The second one is recognizing on the financing side that public funding is not enough. We need to go out there and get commercial financing. We need to get private sector financing. So we've got the second shift, which is all about private sector development. The third shift is about how we do our business. So there are solutions of how we can do better, and this is large part integrating that the thematic with the sector approach. And then the last one is really about building knowledge, understanding, policy into our work. We need to be better at the science. We need to be able to be more convincing when we're closing in with our governments and other stakeholders. I think that what we're doing right now is we're recognizing that we need to be much better at reporting the work that we're doing, and that is a challenge on its own. We have great examples, and I'm just going to finish on this point. This morning, to your point, we launched a nature-based solution initiative where we recognize that nature-based solutions on its own may not be generating that investment that we want. We are limited in the sense that we need to do bankable projects. So what we've done is we've brought in the finance experts who can structure those nature-based solutions, whether it's the sponge cities in China or whether it's the mangrove cover. And that way there's an income stream to be able to make it bankable. Another example, we were here, I think, just further down the road this morning with the Atlantic Council. Secretary Clinton joined us, and that was all about gender and heat stress. And again, recognizing the thematic side, climate, gender, and how we need to be able to address these very important health issues where the benefits come out in very, very clear manners. So these are just some of the examples of that cross-cutting intersectionality that I refer to. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruno. I think it's really great to hear very specific examples from a development bank of your approach to this. If we have time, I'll circle back to you and talk about. I think it'd be good when we talk about synergy. It's important that we talk about trade-offs and kind of clashes there. So if we have time, we'll come back to that. But I want to pick up on two particular points that you made in order to transition to Manuel. One was about um, recognizing your role because you finance a lot of urban infrastructure projects, and transport is a really critical part of that, right? So that's one of the big development types infrastructures, but often they considered for cars, right? Rather than thinking about transport as a way of also optimizing economic productivity and moving of people, but also optimizing health through reducing air pollution in terms of that reducing number of cars on the road actually through public transport, and also promoting active travel, right? Walking and cycling, and making sure that you could do that in an effective way. And then the second thing that you pointed out there was the importance of local government, right, in implementing that. So Manuel, coming to you, one of the pathways that Sarah presented, where we see that there is a huge amount of evidence for healthcare benefits through climate mitigation actions, is through promoting active travel and public transport. So, as the mayor of Kilimane in Mozambique, I know that you're very passionate about. It's bicycle mayor, right? Very passionate about non-motorized transport. Can you tell us a little bit about your city's approach to pushing this particular health co-benefit pathway as a way of thinking about development and climate action?
Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be among these distinguished panelists. As with normally, I would like to say that most of the things in my life, they come by accident. I became an accidental mayor. It wasn't my plan to be a mayor. I never dreamed of it. But one day I will tell that story. But also, I came into the climate change and also to the health benefits of the action that we are making also by accident. In 2011, I was elected as a mayor. But before that, team of youngsters and other different groups, they came to me say, look, you should run. And I was like, why me? There are other people who run. I asked them, okay, what does it cost? I teach, sometimes I teach economics. So okay, before we say yes or not, bring a kind of sketched budget so that I look, what does it mean in budgetary terms? And they brought a budget, and we did it, budget sheet, like 90% of the expenses were on fuel. I'm like, excuse me, why? And the reason was that at the time in my country, for you to show complaining public for whatever it was, you need to show you had the biggest amount of cars, taxi for big influential. That's all that you. Those who have got cars are on your side, and the fancier the cars, the better, and the biggest amount of cars or quantity of cars, the better. So I was like, and of course, I was going to run if I had accepted for the opposition. So like, you cannot beat these guys in that game because the ruling party could easily bring in eh, all of those who are working for the government. Of course, those are the ones who have got cars because they want to get contracts from the government. So I was left with the poorest. I was like, well, in this game, I'm not going to win. So then I went home and I was thinking through it. And during the night, it's like, city is like, I think we have more bicycles than people in my city. I mean, in per capita terms. So I decided, I was like, why can't we go and try to bring those cycling on my side? Then we may beat them. And there was that looked at those cycling as the outcasts, as the class citizen. How do you check that? That was the challenge. But so when I went to my team, I asked them, look, why don't we go with the cyclists? They were like, you're crazy, man. They said, if it's the case, forget it. But I managed to convince them, let's try. And then we went there, and actually, eventually, we won the election because actually, each bicycle occupies smaller space, and if you have got like 3,000, the impact it is got on TV, on visual, whatever. So we wanted a new kind of thinking, and we changed the paradigm. And eventually, I won the elections. I won because of the cyclists. So what about them? Can I give them? That's when I started thinking about putting, for example, traffic lights, because my city had 1,000 cyclists without a single traffic light. So I started thinking about policies and things that I could do, to think. Those who supported me during the elections. From there, I put the traffic lights, then I put like the zebra crossings. And imagine, only 10 years later, I managed to put the first cycleway. Why? Because of resistance within the Department of Infrastructure. So then it wasn't priority. It was like, why are we going to put? Then I faced challenges from those from the car owners. I even had to take one of them to court because they were saying that the roads were built for cars. Therefore, if I wanted to build cycle lines, I should build new roads and not in these not in the current ones because these were considered for cars. It was like democratize the roads, taking into account those who are using it. Accidentally, someone came to me, do you know what? Cycling is good for health. I was like, it is good for health. I'm like, oh, no. If you cycle, the likelihood of getting heart, you are from the London School, the famous London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. By the way, I did my master at SOAS, so we are neighbors. Oh, we used to be. So I came to the health from the gut level. Okay? And somebody told me that it was good for health, and I took it into my speech. I put it into my policy. I'm thinking about the health impact of cycling. So it was not only cycling was good for your health in terms of avoiding health heart related diseases, but also because by promoting cycling, we want to put polluting. So in terms of quality, actually, my city is in Mozambique is one of the best standards in terms of air quality because we don't use other means of transport. And actually, at this election and to now, I don't use car or any fuel-driven vehicle during my campaign. I either walk or I cycle. So by doing that, I changed the perception of people in my city about cycling. So because the mayor and I'm known also as the cycling mayor, because I cycle from home to office and from office to home, to get satisfaction. So cycle because the mayor is cycling. And this is about change. If you want to make change, you need to embrace change. You need to be part of that process of changing. And for we have been trying, and I would like to invite school come and try to help us to measure the impact of cycling on health in my city because some people had come, they wanted to work with me, but at the end, it did not work for reasons that I tell. So what I'm trying to bring here is that leadership paramount importance if we want to change. And the issues are like health, like all that, can be associated with long-term vision. And there's some policies that you may impact which will have unintended positive consequences. In economics, we call uh, externalities. Exactly. Like so, like to me, health was not an entry point. It was an positive externality that came out of the grand policy that I had to implement because I wanted to thank those who voted for me. So, from a politician point of view, the approach may be different. Okay, because my prime objective is to get elected. The second or the first, please don't quote me on this. The second is to better the lives of my for me, or the other way around. But the issue here, I link it. And if we bring them together, we may move fast and we may move into the right direction. So I came again to the climate change, to the health debate from the backdoor, trying to satisfy those who had voted on me. I end up encountering these two issues. Then I embraced and I made them priorities in my own governance during the last year. By the way, last Friday I was re-elected for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. That's such an important intervention, Manuel, because sometimes from our perspective we talk about, oh yeah, health is important. Let's go convince. It's like, no, actually there are different perspectives, and I like the way you frame positive externalities and the importance of understanding what the priorities are and looking for the opportunities to insert these positive synergies in them. I don't know if we'll get time, but I'm really glad that you managed to get the cycling infrastructure. Last time I saw Manuel at the last COP, he had a cast on because he'd been run over off his bicycle by a car. And so really we talked about the injuries because that was one of the pathways and the importance of if we want people to embrace this behavior, we also have to make it a safe one. So that was something to I remembered when you said you have a cycling infrastructure.
Of that injury, I learned other sides of traveling with a wheelchair. It's completely different
Right.
from when you are healthy.
Right. So that's an important aspect of access. So the other thing that I'll take from what you just said to hand over now to Olumide is like being part of the solution, right? And being kind of putting yourself and being part of that. So Olumide, I know that you have so Olumide is Mr. Climate. If anyone doesn't know Mr. Climate on Twitter, this is Mr. Climate. Um, uh, so you have obviously played a huge role in driving advocacy for climate. So I'm really interested to hear your perspective of how you think about climate action and SDGs together. You're also one of the Urban Better so citizen scientists that we're deploying citizen science to bring this together. So can you tell us about your experience and your perspective on this?
Thank you very much. I quickly want to say that the benefit of solution or the example of solution is what you are just doing. So, and this is what we are looking for from our leaders so that we can be able to, look towards. So, like I said, my name is Olumide. One of the biggest thing I think, I will use Lagos as an example because I'm from Nigeria. And what we are trying to look at is how do we build a coalition or a group of solution for the environment. And coming from the angle of air pollution, which is, you also know that Lagos is one of the biggest city, even when it comes to population, when you look at some of landmass. But when it comes to the citizen participation in bringing solutions together, we know that a lot of activities have been going on. A lot of people are investing in solution that it's linking to adaptation. But when you look at the solution that we as young people or we are doing together, I remember the project we had, I think last year and this year so you are doing cycling, we are doing running. So we are trying to see how we can, the issue of health issues, and we are looking at how we can build leadership that is talking about solution, and we're also looking at how we can promote sustainable health practices. And through the run leader, we're able to come together and try to also sensitize and work with some, measure equipment to see that actually it is not only the pollution you see from cars every time. It's not the pollution you see from bicycle, but there are different kind of pollution that we see across our city, and it's so much important for us to understand that all this kind of pollution affect our health. When you're talking about you're cycling, and you don't know that health is actually some of our feedback when we go back from our run. People were able to say, "Oh, some people were able to stop on the road that they cannot continue." Some people say, "Oh, so can we actually got different kind of problem in our different I remember my run was actually from a community that is totally linked together, and we're able to bring nothing less than like 12 to 20 people together to do the run to actually calculate, okay, how many health related issues can we see on the water, the things that is causing pollution across the value chain. So something that for us as young people, we are trying to see how we can be part of the solution, because most times, they say they want to give us the table. I don't believe on the table again. What I believe now is, how can I be part of that implementation? Because we cannot just be talking and don't have opportunity to be part of the implementation. And if you also look at it, we are the one that is very closer to the grassroots. We understand what is happening in the community, and we understand what the communities are facing. And one of the advantage of the run leader was also we're able to listen. We're able to say, guys, what are you guys doing? Why are you running? And we leverage also on some group that actually, they don't know the benefit of what they are doing, but we brought in the issue of how do we calculate the kind of air we are, people from cars, from different communities. And when you go to a deep community, you understand that there are a lot of activities going on that you don't even know that the pollution is contributing to the health problem. So we're able to capture this. And even on the side where you see a lot of waste across the road, even to some kind of trips on the road that is causing a lot of blockages for a lot of people. So it's about us speaking towards that issue and making sure that we're not just talking about it. We are profiling some suggestions and solutions for somebody like our leaders to actually look at the possibility of impacting the community. And one of the biggest outcome I will also share is that most of all these activities we've done actually makes our leader to start looking at what way can I come in when I'm talking about my politics. And one of the things here is that we are not complaining about how you are spending our money. What we are complaining about that what are you using money for? If we can see the outcome, like for the kind of advocacy we are doing, is to push more for that implementation that solve the problem of the community. We see the mitigation, we see adaptation. We're talking about loss and damage. There's no link with the MPV. I look at the life on land, because this place that we find ourselves, and how do we make sure that we are part of not talking but the strategy or implementation of it. So I will say that by ending by saying that it's very important that the issue of SDGs, climate action, it's not something that we talk in a different way. It's something that is linking together, because all the 17 goals and 169 targets are all linked together. I remember some years back, we have the 8 MDG, right? And in my country, we're able to say that in the maternal mortality, that's which go on. We're able to reach 50%, but we can actually see the reflection on ground. Suddenly, we have this SDG. And we are now saying the 169 targets. So the point here is, how do we bring those 169 targets to make sure that we influence change, and we make sure that all this change we are looking at is not just for now, but for a long time, and make sure that it's sustainable for everybody. So climate change, SDG, they're both related, and we need to start looking at the synergy to solve the issue of even the air pollution and other related issues. Thank you very much.
That's really incredible. And I think one of the nice things that came out, I really liked how you linked with Manuel's talk, with that, you went off and did this, and this kind of citizen science participation, and got the attention of the leaders, who then were like, okay, we want to achieve this. How do we actually work with you to achieve that? So sometimes you have the leaders who are driving it. Sometimes you have civil society driving it and getting the attention of leaders. The other thing I wanted to cross to you, and I don't know if you had some thoughts, because you had an invitation there from Kilimani. There was in terms of one of the key recommendations from the Finders report was around the importance of coalition building and working together. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think we've kind of finished the first phase of our work now, and what we're really doing is we're changing the model. We've gone from looking for evidence to, I mean, we've tried reaching out, but we're trying to generate our own evidence now. So approaches like that would be exactly the sort of thing we'd like to do in our next phase. Yeah, we would like to try and build a coalition of willing organizations and willing cities, governments who are, and funders also, who are interested in understanding more about the co-benefits and how to measure them, and then how to value and communicate those benefits back to the people that they benefit as well. And I think it's really great to hear those stories. And the one thing that we really wanted to do with Pathfinder, and we will keep trying to do, is to share those implemented actions and stories and case studies because it's such an inspiring thing to hear about. And it's really come from a place of understanding your local people, what they want. It doesn't always matter so much what the action is to start with. It's to be successful, you need to understand the local context and the people that it's going to impact. And I think that's where you see the biggest successes, really. And I think that's the sort of story that we would really love to share and communicate those benefits for. Yes.
Great, thank you. We actually maybe have time for one question or two questions. Okay, I'll take the first two hands I saw, which was Janina and then the lady in front.
Hi, my name is Janina. I'm from the Clean Air Fund. So my question is not for Sean, but it's actually for Bruno. Today's Finance Day. Today's Gender Equality Day. So Sean very eloquently spoke about our State of Global Air Quality Funding report, and I'm just curious, other organizations working on gender in Asia, particularly, when they're trying to lobby the ADB or other banks for funds, what would you say is the best approach they take? Should they pump out reports like the SOGAF report? Should they use health-based approaches? Should they use the SDGs? I'm just curious as to like what is the best path forward and what the bank appreciates and wants to hear. Thanks.
We'll take the second question, and then I'll go to Bruno, and then we'll have one last sweep of one final round of comments from everyone.
Thank you so much. I largely want to really make a comment to say that, Mr. Climate, I've already followed you on X. So my name is Doreen Nyanjuda, and I'm the Deputy Lord Mayor of Kampala. That is the capital city of Uganda. So I should say I'm very much inspired. Maybe from here I should also get a name for myself in relation to climate. We have the BESCO mayor, and then we also have Mr. Climate. And to say I was particularly touched and inspired by the story of the mayor from Mozambique. You know how everything has been happening by accident, using baseball. I also intend to come from that background, where if you're cycling, you're actually considered to be among the poor. And of course, in the long run, for us as politicians, we end up getting a lot of loans in order to compete with those that have money. So in the long run, we actually end up destroying the environment. But also what I picked from him is the mindset change, And I'm here looking at Kampala and wondering where to start from. Because first and foremost, we do not even have lanes, lanes for base cars. There are no lanes for base cars. We don't even have enough space for cars to pass. So it becomes a very expensive venture at the end of the day. Because if you create lanes, most likely some buildings will have to be destroyed, and that calls for compensation, And you find definitely our governments do not have this money. And maybe from just out of curiosity, do women ride bicycles in your country? This being Agenda Week, because there's this African perception of if you're a woman you cannot ride a bicycle. I think it's also important to start changing people's mentality and perception that it's okay, even if you're a woman, you can actually get on a bicycle. And you'll also inspire other women, because in the long run, you'll be protecting the environment, but you'll also be working on your health. And now to you, Mayor. Since everything has been happening by accident, you got an accident by accident, and also try to you got to know that other lifestyle and the challenges that people with disabilities go through. What are you doing in ensuring that there is inclusivity and inclusion for people living with disabilities? Because for me, yes, we can talk about women, the first discrimination. But I think when it comes to people with disabilities, honestly speaking, they face multiple levels of discrimination. And even it gets worse for those of us who come from cities where there are no lanes. Those of us who come from cities, that when it floods and these people with disabilities have to use their own hands, the story is actually very, very tormenting. So is there anything that you're doing for your city? Maybe we could also leave from there and see what I can take back home in Kampala. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Janana, for these excellent comments. I think you've really highlighted the importance of the justice element of this session. So I'm just going to pass on to the panelists for a final round of comments. So when very briefly, and Bruno and Manuel, you've had questions particularly addressed to you. All others are invited to comment as well, but just leave with your parting thoughts. So start with you, Bruno.
So, to the question, at the Asian Development Bank, we are known among MDB peers as having among the strongest gender work. We have a classification system, gender equity, gender mainstreaming, some gender elements. All of our projects have to go through that classification system. And you don't want to have a project that does not have the highest of considerations. So there's always the pressure to bring that up. And I think that we've done very good work. We recognize also, like we were mentioning before, that there are so many cross-cutting matters related to gender, and we're always able to identify new areas like the gender and heat stress. That is one where suddenly it's mushroomed in a positive way because of the recognition that women are having to suffer much more than men on these matters. We have a lot of good reports that come out, like the Clean Air Fund that Sean was presenting, and there we see, okay, we've got to do more. We've got to be better to capture some of those indicators. We've got a lot of work with communities, and in that type of work, we can interact much more, hearing from civil society. What is it that gender matters need to be looked at more closely, more effectively? So there's myriad of ways. In terms of what I would leave behind, just I think in this wonderful discussion, we've seen that there are a lot of benefits. Let's not look at things like problems and challenges and no, we can't make it and the glass is half empty, etc. But we need to be able to recognize that we have to work across the different areas, the different spheres of our knowledge and understanding. We have, and I'll finish with this, we have this cultural transformation initiative that we're promoting at ADB, and that's about the mindset. I think that has come out a number of times. We need to be much more trustworthy across different areas. We need to be able to be much more transformational. And of course, we need to be more client oriented. If we keep that in mind as we do our work, I think we'll get far ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Final
Okay,
thoughts.
okay. For me, I just want to make emphasis on collaboration is key, and we also need to give ourselves to learning because the more you learn, the more you'll be able to provide solution to problems. And with that, we'll be able to, build a sustainable environment and sustainable future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, on the first question, if I was the mayor of Kampala, if you're willing, we can switch. You come to Kilimanjaro, I go to Kampala. So, I've been several times in Kampala, and I know chaos in terms of transport and in terms of promotion, because they use those motor and the other polluting transport. So I think you need what I will call like a transport or a mobility master plan, and for that you need to gather a team of people who understand, who have the experience, and who have the knowledge. And I think the way to go will be to invest into mass transport, removing cars from Kampala, trying to make Kampala a car-free city or with less car, as less car as possible. Like by putting mass transport, then demand for that kind of borders and so on will decrease. Because alternatives, slowly you will change the mindset towards mass transport. But of course, they need to be efficient, they need to be there on time, and so on. So it's a long time process, but you need to start from somewhere. Otherwise, it is impossible to build, for example, cycle lanes while you have no alternative. Like the roads are already small. If you take 2 meters to bicycles, you will create chaos. So you need first of all to find an alternative. And alternative I see is either like underground or overground, but mass transport will be the answer to your problem. I don't see any other solution. Um, Yes, I'm going for the second, which is disability. I mean, when I experienced, I discovered the other side, as I said, of traveling with a wheelchair. Okay. To it, of course, there are some advantages. It's like you don't queue, but apart from that, at an airport they take you right to the lounge. But the problems, like for example, you don't use the same door the other use. Actually, I did. I could see something there, but I didn't know that there is a special door for those who wheelchair. Like you get into the plane using another. But it brought to me was that we need to those disabled at the table, though it doesn't like it at the table where we plan and where we implement. So the disabled, because they understand better than you do. Because as I said, before I got into a wheelchair, there are things that I was seeing, but I was not understanding. So I had to be disabled for 6 months to understand the things that I have to do. To appoint uh, the director for social services, a disabled person. Look, I'm giving you a challenge. You need to change this. You know what you're going through. So I think that people, and they're like, you cannot, I think, that's what I believe. You cannot put director of women affairs, like I know in some countries, the director of women affairs is a man. To me, it's challenging because I don't, I think the rationale will be for you to put a woman and so the same way I will put a disabled person as a director of social affairs because he's the one who understands, but he lives it. So he will fight with passion. And he will use the instruments available to make change. And
Okay.
say 6 months, it doesn't fulfill well, I will sack him, of course. I want to result too. Because at the end, they will bring me more votes, which means the votes for
Thank
those
you.
disabled people.
Thank you. That's a really great example. Thank you. Um, 30 seconds, Sean. Parting
Yeah,
thoughts.
30 seconds. Okay. For both Kilmani and for Kampala, air quality data. I am meeting the head of your air quality unit from the city tomorrow, and I'm going to be talking to him about air quality data. Because with data, you can make a case. You can make a case with your public. You can make a case with your population, and you can make the case for change. So start with the air quality data, and then go from there.
Thank you. Data. Final thoughts.
Yeah, I think the challenge you're highlighting is the need for these inspired examples that really talk about the benefits to women, to disabled people from different sorts of actions that come when thinking about it. And what you really need to do is take a systems approach. And we've been working with the OECD quite a lot, especially on transport, because the point of transport is not on the whole is not just to be living in your car enjoying it, it's to get somewhere, right? So it's about focusing on accessibility. Where are you trying to get, and why? Are you trying to get to school? Are you trying to get to work? So it's really changing the focus to think about accessibility for everybody within the transport sector. So yeah, we've got quite a lot of information on how to think about systems change within transport, so happy to talk about that.
Great. So, with that, I'd like to draw this to a close. We started off setting the scene of the knowledge that we had. We talked about finance, policy, and advocacy. But I've taken from this the importance of participation, coalition across sectors, of leadership, of local context, of mindsets and mindset building, transformation on building trust, of knowledge and learning, of thinking about entry points potentially as positive externalities, and critically the importance of justice and bringing everyone with us. So thank you all very much for coming. Thank you to our speakers.
Yes.
Welcome to the SDG Pavilion, where I'm very pleased to be joined by Mr. Jinhua Lee, the UN Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. And we want to discuss today the upcoming international conference on small island developing states. The conference will be held in Antigua and Barbuda from the 27th to the 30th of May of next year. And Mr. Lee, you have also been appointed the Secretary General of this conference. So thank you so much for being here today and for discussing the conference. And maybe to start, when we are looking at small island development, the developing states, we are really looking at countries that are impacted by multiple crises. Very obviously by the climate crisis through rising sea levels, and that has been a topic of much conversation here. But we've also seen how COVID and the economic and social impact of COVID has hit those countries particularly hard. And then add to that a debt crisis, and you see really how big the agenda for this conference is. So if you could tell us, what are your priorities for this conference? What are the key issues that you want this conference to see tackled?
Thank you. Well, it's really great pleasure to be with you at the SDG Pavilion. I just now, as you said, that 6 months later, we are going to have the fourth SEEDS conference, the fourth international conference on small island developing states, to be held, to be hosted by Antigua Barbuda. Now we have identified the overarching theme for this conference about a decade. It is charting the course towards uh, charting the course toward resilient prosperity. So I think it is in the very line with first the climate change campaign or climate action, and then also in line with the SDG acceleration. Yes, the SEEDS members are, in my own perspective, are most vulnerable groups because of the uh, severe consequences triggered by the climate change or climate crisis, as you said it. Just to name it a few, um, extreme weathers or extreme weather events, floods, droughts, hurricanes, and also most striking thing, that's the rising sea level. This is really a to the survival of the SEEDS members, to their people, to their tradition, to their culture, and to their whole life. So for the SEEDS 4 conference, as we did find that the course of the action, we are going to engage in an intergovernmental process to develop a very actionable, doable, ambitious plan of action for coming decades, which will focus a number of priority areas. Before this, actually, SEEDS members had conducted their regional preparatory meetings and one interregional preparatory meeting already. So actually, SEEDS members identified what would be the priorities for them in the coming decades, and which will cover the first of all, the climate action. That's the number one priorities for all SEEDS members, and also closely linked to the COP. And second, how they can have a more access to the concessional financing to facilitate them to address the special vulnerabilities facing by almost the entire SEEDS members. And third thing, how the international community could facilitate them to beef up their capacity building in number of areas like a data collection, like a digitalization and education. Um, and the fourth one is how they improve their social network including the food security, also the education, public health. The last but not least, we know that one of the special vulnerabilities for CIS members is its economic diversification. So, to us, to UN Secretariat, to the whole UN system, what we need to do is to help the CIS members in their efforts to diversify their economy, their industry, not only focused on one or two sectors, but to be diversified as broadly as possible. So we anticipated by next May, there will be about 5,000 participants to joining the CIS4 conference in Antigua and Barbuda. Well, perhaps personally, I will add one thing. Beyond this, or further to this CIS4 conference, we need to have this new opportunity to to spotlight more to the world, to the international community about unique culture, unique vision, and unique condition for six members, for six peoples. So we really hope that by next May, when the international representatives go to the CIS4, they may see by themselves how is the severity of the challenges caused by the climate change and others, and how the international community can help them.
And just to, on that last point, you have very clearly outlined the key priorities: climate change, access to finance, capacity building, but diversifying the economy, but also to put a spotlight on the culture. And you said you really want this conference to develop a very clear and actionable plan. So if you look forward, what time frame do you want to see for this action plan, and what impact do you want to see as a result of the implementation of this action plan?
Well, good point. Over the past three seats conferences, actually blueprints or plan of the action have been adopted already. I think perhaps one of the major gaps remained for the seats members and for UN system and for the international community as a whole is how we could measure the implementation, measure the progress, and how to identify the gaps and will generate additional support, including the financial resources, including the human resources, and also partnership to the seats members. So for this seats conference, I guess one of the striking features would be we are going to develop a kind of a evaluating mechanism and then also reviewing criteria and then also to enhance the mechanism either located in the seats members or within the secretariat to help them to develop the specific timeline, what kind of specific targets can be accomplished, and then we'll see how we could move to the next step. In one word, we want to see this, the plan of action is really doable. It's really operated. It's not only remained as a blueprint.
So much. And obviously, I mean, small and developing states, or SIDS as we abbreviate them, are a group of countries with very particular, needs and problems that you want to address at this very specific conference and moment. But are there other events, are there other moments on the international agenda where you think the voices of small island developing states can be heard, and the particular issues that they are facing and threats and challenges they are facing can be discussed?
Sure. Looking ahead, there are a number of high-level events because the UN has a very ambitious agenda in coming months or years. For instance, like Summit of the Future to be held the next September. One of the focuses for this summit is to develop the more momentum to reform the current international financial architecture. which actually would help the seats members to address their concern, their vulnerability to apply the fully concessional loans. That is one of the key issues, one of the key concerns shared by the entire seats members. And second, also, we are going to have this Ocean Conference to be held in Nice, France in June 2025. You know that the Ocean Conference or UN Ocean Conference always focused on the conservation and sustainable utilization of the ocean resources. It is a new opportunity for CIS members to engage with other development partners to diversify the economy into the blue, green, orange. So we can define that how.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the SDG Pavilion here at COP28 in Dubai. I am so pleased to be joined right now with the Secretary General's Special Envoy for the Ocean, Peter Thompson. Ambassador, thank you for being here. And I think just to kick it off, can you just tell us what are some of the most important initiatives related to the ocean that you've heard about during this COP?
Well, I was delighted when the loss and damage fund was operationalized on the first couple of days of being here. Why? I come from Fiji, and loss and damage, like all small and developing states, but anybody in the tracks of tropical cyclones knows that we need this loss and damage fund badly. You know, these frequency and the ferocity of these storms just wipes out 10 years of your national development if you get hit directly by them. So, you know, that's just an example. You've seen the terrible floods in Libya. You've seen the fires all over the place. I mean, it's happening, right? Loss and damage the fund will help us recover. So I was very pleased to see that. The other thing I was very pleased to see is that the environmental groups are here in force, and that's really important because you know, we're here in one of the great centers of the oil and gas industry, and the oil and gas industry, as we all know now, is at the heart of our problem. They're not phasing out the way we expect them to. When I say we expect them to, I mean, as a grandfather, I expect them to, because I think that the life of my granddaughters is more important than their profits. And I'm sure that that thought is shared by anybody who's got kids or grandkids. So it's really important that the environmental groups are here, and I'm really pleased to see them here in such numbers.
Great. So, sir, you've been attending climate COPs for a long time now. And how would you, can you tell us about how the ocean has been changing in the process here? Is it becoming more obvious? Can you tell us?
I mean, it's a good question, because initially we were pretty much absent. I mean, we were coming as countries, but as island countries, for example, we're very aware that climate is caused by the sun and the ocean, and in the case of anthropogenic gases, the geoengineering experience or experiment that we've been undertaking for the last 200 years of pumping all these gases and changing our planet. Not a very successful geoengineering exercise, I have to say. Anyway, as island countries, we were very aware that the ocean just was not getting a look in plenary or in the conferences. And incrementally over the years, we've managed to get it across to our fellow member states that you must factor the ocean into climate change talks. Otherwise, it's sort of leaving out half the equation. And so we've incrementally been getting more and more recognition. In the Glasgow COP is where the ocean and climate dialogues were entrenched. And they're held every year now in Bonn. And then last year, or was it this year? I can't remember. The co-facilitators were appointed. And that's Chile and Canada. They've done a great job, and they go and report to plenary here at the climate change the COP. And so that process we're embedded now. We're inside the tent, but it would be wrong to say we haven't got far to go, because if you look at the GST, if you look at the number of countries that mention ocean in their NDCs and their NAPs, it's not enough. And so our work continues. If you get time, you must come across the Ocean Pavilion. We go from strength to strength with our Ocean Pavilion here, which is together mainly by the scientific community, Woods Hole and Scripps, but there are lots of other supporters of it. And it's a very vibrant community over there, I can assure you, day by day through the COP.
Yeah, and it's great to see them have such a strong pavilion this year. It's very cool. So you mentioned, ocean is part of the climate process, but the UN also has its own ocean conference, and there is another one coming up. Can you tell us about that?
Well, the UN Ocean Conference derives from SDG 14. So SDG 14, when I say we because I was one of the ambassadors at the UN at the time who were putting the Sustainable Development Goals together, We got to a stage, in fact, where the big countries decided the 17 Sustainable Development Goals was too many and that we needed to cut them down. And I was tipped off that the SDG 14 was one of the ones that would get the cut. And so, of course, we rallied and said, no ocean SDG, no SDGs, just forget it, because from the island countries, it was just ridiculous that we would think about development without thinking about the health of the ocean, to conserve and sustainably use the ocean's resources. Why were we so aware? Because we could see our coral dying. We could see the industrial fishing fleets going around raping and pillaging and diminishing the global fish stocks by 34%. We knew there was so much to do. And of course, through the climate, ocean acidification, ocean warming, leading to rising sea levels, there was just so much to be done. So that was SDG 14. And once that came into existence, we needed a mechanism to keep that SDG faithful in terms of its intent, how it was being implemented. So the first UN Ocean Conference was held 2017. Fiji and Sweden co-hosted. Second one was held in Lisbon last year. That was Government of Kenya and Portugal co-hosted. And the next one will be in Nice in south of France, and the governments of Costa Rica and France are the co-hosts of that one. And each time, the record shows, each one of these UN conferences has been a snowballing of action and commitment to the point now where you see that the whole world is kind of engaged in ocean action, from corporations to philanthropies to governments.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and I wish you good luck as you continue with the preparations for that. I'll also mention to our audience that there is a Small Islands Developing States conference next year as well, where the ocean will come up as well. But sir, just as a final question, just if you can tell us, what else are you hoping for from this COP28 climate conference?
What am I hoping for? I'm hoping for intergenerational justice. And as the Secretary General of the United Nations says, that can only come about if we rapidly phase out fossil fuels. That is the cause of all our global crises. And it is the main reason that our children and grandchildren are currently being sent on a bus down a highway to hell towards a world of 3 degrees, which the Secretary General has correctly described as an unlivable world. We are still on that path. The oil and gas industry is still trying to keep our addiction to oil and gas continue as long as possible. Why? For their profits. $5 trillion worth of profits this year. And the thing that has really made me angry at this COP is that the IEA, the International Energy Agency in Paris, put up a report last week that shows that the oil and gas industry, with those gigantic profits, is only contributing 1% towards the transition to renewable energy. Only 1%. If you read the billboards in the aeroplane, in the airports and on the highways of the world, you would think that they're leading the transition to renewable energy. Not true. 1%. So be angry and, think about ever using their product. I try as far as possible not to use it at all. That includes plastic, which is a big, smart idea for the future. Plastic, we've got to phase that out too. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us and our views. And I think the message that I can just share with the audience here is take action now, be angry, use that angry for change. So thank you, sir, for being here. Everyone else, have a good day, and we'll see you soon in the SDG Pavilion.
Thank you very much. That was a pop song.
Muy buenas tardes. Estamos esta tarde aquí en la COP28 con el señor Darío Mejía Montalvo, CENU de Colombia, pero también presidente del Foro Permanente para las Cuestiones Indígenas de Naciones Unidas. Señor presidente, hace 100 años los pueblos indígenas llegaron a la Liga de las Naciones. Hace mucho tiempo ha pasado y sus voces han sido escuchadas. Tienen ahora un mecanismo de otros dos. ¿Por qué un foro permanente para las cuestiones indígenas?
Primero, muchas gracias. Un saludo muy especial a todas y a todos. Efectivamente, los pueblos indígenas han estado organizados, tienen sus formas de comunicación, sus sistemas de valores, sus culturas, desde mucho antes de que se conformaran los estados y desde mucho antes de que los estados hicieran sus guerras. Cuando los estados hacen sus guerras y luego hay procesos de paz, deciden organizarse en la comunidad internacional, pero dejan por fuera a los pueblos indígenas. Es por esta razón que hace 100 años atrás llegaron a la Liga de las Naciones para intentar ser escuchado uno de sus pueblos, en representación de todos los pueblos del mundo que quedaron absorbidos en las fronteras y en los sistemas jurídicos de los estados. No obstante, no fueron en ese momento admitidos en la ciudad de Ginebra. Apenas el jefe de los hermanos canadienses fue recibido por la alcaldía de esa ciudad y posteriormente en la conformación de las Naciones Unidas tampoco fueron tomados en cuenta. Es por esta razón que han seguido insistiendo en ser escuchados en sus territorios, en el nivel regional y en el nivel internacional, conformando un grupo de trabajo en los años 80, luchando para ser reconocidos jurídicamente y luego creando un mecanismo en el seno de las Naciones Unidas. El Foro Permanente de las Naciones Unidas es la plataforma que permite dialogar entre los estados, los pueblos indígenas, la sociedad civil, la academia en relación con los derechos de los pueblos indígenas que siguen siendo los mismos de hace 200, 300, 400 años, que los pueblos indígenas reclaman que les dejen vivir en sus territorios y de acuerdo a sus propias normas, de acuerdo a sus propias autoridades y con su propia perspectiva del futuro. Ese sigue siendo el reclamo en aquel tiempo a quienes todavía eran colonizadores y en este tiempo a quienes han heredado esas formas culturales y esas formas de gobierno de la colonización. Y bueno, estamos avanzando progresivamente, pero aún hace falta enorme trabajo por hacer.
Gracias, presidente. Es muy interesante saber que este mecanismo, el Foro Permanente para las Cuestiones Indígenas en Naciones Unidas, es la plataforma mundial en donde llegan los pueblos indígenas. Y a partir de esto, ahora estamos ya con 22 años de vida y hemos visto cuánto ha avanzado. Se han pragmado hitos muy importantes. Primero, en el 2007, la aprobación de la Declaración de las Naciones Unidas sobre los Pueblos Indígenas. Luego, el Foro Permanente también hace el llamado de emergencia sobre la pérdida de lenguas indígenas. También ha tenido en su tema principal Mujeres Indígenas, una conferencia mundial para pueblos indígenas. Ahora estamos en la COP28. ¿Qué traen los pueblos indígenas para esta COP, presidente?
Los pueblos indígenas lo que han tenido siempre en sus territorios es una relación estrecha con la naturaleza. Esta división entre cultura por un lado, naturaleza por el otro, es una ficción creada por una sola forma de entender el mundo. La cultura mayoritaria que centra sus relaciones con el territorio y con los otros seres en la superación, en la competencia y en la acumulación. Los pueblos indígenas no están viviendo en sus territorios pensando en la acumulación ni de capital, ni de recursos, ni de herencias, sino al contrario, tratando de elaborar permanentemente su equilibrio, tratando de dejar un territorio mejor del que encontraron, dejárselo a sus futuras generaciones. Esto es un pensamiento económico en realidad, es un pensamiento de cómo utilizar, eh, se utiliza aquí en estas COP la palabra sostenibilidad, pero en realidad esta es una labor permanente de cultivar el equilibrio. Y esto es un pensamiento económico integral que ha quedado por fuera, así como quedó por fuera la mirada institucional con la conformación de los estados, también quedó por fuera esta mirada económica en la elaboración, en la construcción de los instrumentos financieros internacionales. Lo que los pueblos indígenas traen hoy día a esta COP no solo es su pensamiento, sino el resultado de su trabajo. El haber mantenido estas formas de pensamiento y este relacionamiento con la naturaleza, hoy día pueden demostrar que son efectivos. Al menos el 80% de la diversidad biológica del planeta está en los territorios indígenas. Eso indica que diversidad cultural y diversidad biológica están estrechamente relacionados y que pensamiento diverso y cuidado de la vida es una necesidad no solo para los pueblos indígenas, sino para el resto de la humanidad. Por eso necesitan ser escuchados y vemos que hay muchísima presencia de pueblos indígenas en esta COP. Eso es un indicador que la gente está preocupada por lo que está pasando en sus territorios y que muchas veces no son escuchados por sus gobiernos y que buscan en este tipo de escenarios poder contribuir y ser escuchados quizás por la comunidad internacional y por las otras ciudadanías que, igual que los pueblos indígenas, están recibiendo los impactos del cambio climático en sus territorios.
Muy bien. Presidente, la participación en gran número de pueblos indígenas en esta COP es muy, muy apreciada. ¿Cree usted que eso es suficiente? ¿Cree usted que tener a los pueblos indígenas sentados en una silla es suficiente?
Esa pregunta se podría responder haciendo comparaciones. Yo he visto en las recientes semanas en varias ciudades del mundo a millones de personas saliendo a la calle a manifestar porque no están de acuerdo en la manera como se está abordando una situación particular de conflicto entre un país y el otro, o manifestando sobre la necesidad de adoptar medidas distintas en materia de cambio climático, pero no ha sido suficiente. No ha sido suficiente porque los tomadores de decisiones no están tomando en cuenta las necesidades de millones de personas, sino el interés particular de las corporaciones. Aquí ha habido un debilitamiento del Estado como fuente de la concertación entre las sociedades y sus gobiernos. De manera que la respuesta a esto es ningún esfuerzo, por muy nutrido que sea, ni de los pueblos indígenas, ni de los otros sectores populares y de la sociedad civil, va a ser suficiente si no está alineado con la voluntad de los tomadores de decisiones y de reconocer que el capital y el mercado está contribuyendo a la contaminación y a la degradación ambiental del mundo y que es ahí donde se deben hacer las transformaciones necesarias en todos los hemisferios.
Muchas gracias, presidente, y esperemos que continuemos entonces con esta gran lucha y trabajo. El Foro Permanente para las Cuestiones Indígenas es sin duda fundamental para llamar al diálogo a los que toman decisiones, a las agencias de las Naciones Unidas y también a otros interlocutores. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ustedes y a los colegas de las Naciones Unidas, vamos a seguir trabajando en función de estos propósitos comunes. Muy amables.
Gracias.
Good afternoon, everybody. Live from SDG Pavilion at UNFCCC COP28. My name is Minoru Takada. I'm the UN Energy Secretary at the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. It's a pleasure to welcome you. Today, we talk about our favorite subject, energy. So on one hand, as you can see that at the SDG Summit this year at the UN General Assembly, information is clear, really to ever. Only 15% of SDG are on track, but the rest are just hanging around or going backward. SDG 7, which is there to us, some maybe a little bit of good news, but largely, of course, this is also lagging behind. So that is why we have to accelerate. But we also have a large agenda here, climate crisis to tackle. Energy transition transformation is at the center of making sure we will have climate resilient, sustainable, and equitable society for all. That's why we have panel here. Why? Because we think we found the means here. That's what we call energy compacts, power of partnership to bring the solutions to everybody. And distinguished panelists here are going to bring their own experience in their own energy compacts to showcase to you how they are actually tackling this problem, both to achieve SDG 7, starting with making sure universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable electricity, clean cooking solutions are made available for everybody by 2030. At the same time, accelerating our action to net zero transitions. On the part of energy, we have a lot to contribute. In fact, energy sector will have to be the solution. But in so doing, creating value proposition for entire society, social, economic, and environmental to make sure nobody is going to be left behind. So you'll get to hear from momentarily from the panelists as to how they are approaching this big issue here. And I particularly would like to welcome Dr. Vivit Uraswati, Deputy Minister for Natural Resources and Maritime Affairs and Head of SDG Secretariat in Indonesian government. You have an exciting energy complex share with us, so we look forward to hearing from you. With this short introduction, I'd like to hand over to my colleague, dear colleague, Pradeep from UNDP, who has been leading this energy climate discussions at UNDP. So Pradeep, over to you. How UNDP and the UN system are united to move forward. You can stay here. I think it's better. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel a little bit more comfortable sitting here and talking to my friends. Well, first of all, I think it's a pleasure for UNDP as a co-chair of UN Energy to be part of this conversation on energy compacts. I think I don't need to convince anyone here that I think we all agree that it is 2024 almost, and we still have too many millions of people without access to energy, and that is, I'm just sorry, I cannot say anything else other than it's unacceptable. You know, all of these conversations that we're having right now on, 1.5, averting, advancing sustainable development. I mean, it's not going to happen unless we ensure that those that are furthest behind are also part of the solution that we all seek. So for us, this is an important conversation to be having. I'm also thrilled that the compacts have led to the kind of commitments and I think more importantly to me, it's really the acknowledgement by all those who have provided these compacts, including UNDP, and I'll talk a little bit about it in a minute, that without the kind of financing that's needed, we're not going to make too many advances. And I think we have passed the 1 trillion mark, if I'm not mistaken. So that is an amazing, amazing expression of desire and will for improving energy access for many, many millions of people. And it's absolutely necessary that we think of these compacts essentially as a disruptor. That's what it's going to take. It's as simple as that. Unless we disrupt the current way of thinking and financing energy access, we are not going to address it. We know the problems that many of these countries face with governance issues. The price of risk is being too high. Banks that are driven by ratings that get affected when they invest in uncertain markets. Unless we tackle those difficult topics, as I often think of it, we're not going to disrupt anything. It's business as usual. And this is why I think these compacts have placed an enormous burden on all of us to think about what is that disruptor. What is the combination of disruptions that we need in the way finance and investment decisions are made that will crowd in the kind of finance that we need? We talk about blended finance as one option. Of course, it's obvious. You don't need a PhD to understand that in some of these markets, blended finance is what's needed. But that's not the question. Question is, how do we make that happen fast enough and at the scale that we need, and that is material? And that conversation to me isn't taking place too often. We are too accustomed to sort of repeating the obvious, but not digging into a layer deeper, which ultimately is where we will find those solutions. Now, for us at UNDP, we have taken it upon ourselves with a very, very bold moonshot. And many have said we are just, really, in some words, in some cases, too ambitious. But to me, if we don't help play our part and crowd in other partners to bring clean energy to 500 million people in 5 years, and a very, very bold target, which is at the cornerstone of the UN Energy Compact, we're not going to collectively make a difference. Not in a way that actually matters if, trying to stay within 1.5 is our objective. It's not going to matter in terms of meeting the SDGs, because we know that a critical enabler of meeting the SDGs, which we have so far behind on, is energy. And unless we push forward with such a bold, ambitious, target, it's going to be a challenge. So for us, we are very proud of standing behind this 500 million people for energy access in 5 years. And I think these compacts are playing their part in fostering the kind of conversations that we need to have on, well, how do we now de-risk the context in which investments have to flow? Not just the policy de-risking work, but at what level? Is it national? Is it subnational? How do we de-risk in small island developing states? How do we de-risk in the outer islands of Indonesia? How do we find what kinds of financial de-risking packages do we need, where the financial institutions also need to come in at the same time? Because if you're going to blend, which we all understand is necessary, it has to happen at the same time. And right now, we don't see that happening. Access to finance, public finance, is taking too long. The conditions that are necessary for private finance to flow aren't being developed fast enough. And even if we do get that right, they're not matched by the public funding that's needed. So for us, it's really important that we have conversations about how we, in a systematic but integrated manner, address both the policy de-risking and the financial de-risking that is required. Lastly, what I want to say is that ultimately, this is also not about just energy for the sake of energy. This is, at the end of the day, the cornerstone of the SDGs. And that means having an integrated conversation, integrated mindset of what energy access actually means in the context of livelihoods, in terms of poverty reduction, in terms of agriculture productivity, value chains. And I think if we think about it in that way, we will find some of the solutions that we need just by bringing together many initiatives that are already underway but not connected. And that, I think, is really a very important ingredient in finding a solution to this problem that I think all of us feel very, very passionate about. So, colleagues, I am delighted to be here to be part of this conversation and to engage in hopefully what I hope will be a conversation about difficult issues. And maybe we can make some progress by jointly finding solutions to some of these. Because if we don't, I don't know who else will. So we really have to make that happen. So thank you very much for having me and look forward to this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Pradeep, for those remarks and also setting the scene for our discussion now. I'll just briefly introduce the panel since we haven't formally done that yet. Dr. Vivi Yulaswati, Deputy Minister for Natural Resources and Maritime Affairs and Head of SDG Secretariat, Bappenas Government of Indonesia. Welcome. We have Kanika Chawla, Director and Chief of Staff at Sustainable Energy for All. Daniel Agostini, Head of Climate and Energy Policies, NL Group. Welcome. And Nilce Gregore, RE100 Lead, Avellaneda, Argentina. I'm sorry, I didn't say that right. And Pradeep Kulukura Surya, Director and Executive Coordinator, Nature, Climate and Energy from UNDP. Welcome to the panel and thank you all for being here. I'm going to start with Dr. Yulaswati. I'll start with you. First of all, congratulations on Indonesia's energy compact. It's a really ambitious compact, and we're very, very excited that to have you all on board. Maybe you can start by just giving us a brief overview of the commitments that are in the compact, and I know this is like linked to your larger energy transition strategy, and so if you can just talk a little about that.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity and also inviting Indonesia to be part of this very important conversation. First of all, I also want to touch upon the SDGs progress from Indonesia. If global achieving around 15% and the Asian Pacific is around 14%, we proudly mention that SDGs progress in Indonesia is around 63%, the progress of achievement. The 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 remaining are worsen or stagnant. That include some targets in the SDG 7. For example, for the energy mix, particularly for the renewable energy, our target is actually 23% by the end of 2024. This is the end of the midterm development plan, the current one. But now, nowadays, we only have achieving half of it, 12.6%. That's for the energy mix coming from the renewable energy. That's why we are honored to have or be part of the energy compact because we want to share the issues, the challenges, as well as want to learn from other countries how to not only achieve but of course accelerating because the remaining years toward the 2030 agenda is ticking. It's only something like 6 years, 1 month now. So that's part of the rationale why we are happy to join with the compact. Uh, uh, until now, Indonesia still rely on the coal, but we put our priority to green economy policy in the next 20 years. We already put into long-term development plan 2025-2045, which is a law. And green economy is one of the game changer. Include in it is of course the the energy transitions. We cannot only rely on talking about one or two source, uh, but we have to consider the differentiating of variability of the potential of the energy among islands as well as the communities. So that's why we are also preparing the stages and the scenario for the energy transitions, not only uh, between midterm development plan within the next 20 years, but also among regions which is the five big islands. So include in it, of course, we want to uh, expand or strengthen our energy mix for the renewable energy by 2030 for 41%. It is already put into our CIPP in the JETP. Indonesia is part of the JETP. So we already put some priorities projects in the CIPP of the JETP, and include in it not only strengthening the renewable energy, but also preparing the communities as well as uh, uh, the grid, the national grids. Those challenges. There are at least three. When we are talking about the cleaner, we are talking about the green technology. It's very costly, and of course, we have to bring all the green investment. And later on, we have to deal also preparing people for just a green job, and it takes time. It takes a country to really work together. So. Um, um, like I mentioned earlier, we have to prepare also a strategy for each regions, and particularly for the ones that already uh, we already put the priorities to phase out, and it's implying to the areas or regions that in previous or in the current time is the producer for the coal. Uh, One example, this is actually is not one of the success one, but in the incentivize for coal to transform into the dimethyl ether, for example, we provide a subsidy or an incentive to exempt the royalty, but it cannot attract the businesses to do transformation from the coal to the DME because it takes a lot of investment to acquire the technology as well as preparing the people for the green transition. So that's why uh, we are working also with other many stakeholders, including for the investment, and basically the government trying to build an ecosystem for the green investment. Among others is about the regulations. So working with the financial service authority, for example, we provide a green taxonomy, a guide, what is it, the roadmap for sustainable finance, and also creating some instruments like a green bond, SDGs bond. We are preparing for the blue bond, the coral bond, as well as the orange bond. And of course, there are many incentives for the local governments that could start it with the green transition, preparing the module for the trainings, working for the curriculum, as well as livelihood for the people who were impacted by the phase out of the coal electricity. So maybe I'll stop here. Thank you.
No, thank you for that. That was a really comprehensive overview of the compact, and we're once again, really excited to have Indonesia on board. Um, I'll move to Dr. Mr. Agustina. I'll move to you. Um, NL has also made pretty significant financial commitments in increasing renewable energy generation. And I know that you have an energy transition plan as well. So, if you can just talk a little bit more about that in the context of your energy compact and what NL plans to do in the coming years.
Right. No, thank you very much. And thank you for having me here today. It's very important event to try to share some of those the view on which are these challenges that are holding us back. And in NELA, we're working very hard on this. Traditionally, I mean, we are again full value chain utility from generation through distribution to retail. All our investments are focused on renewables and the grids to serve those renewables. And in time, as we move along in our deployment, we do realize that infrastructure is what is holding back, bringing that energy access to even the less privileged parts of society, but even just to the millions of people, billions that are waiting to have that energy. So today, our new industrial plan was presented, our 5 years in industrial plan, and grids has a dominant role in our investments. We are looking into investing almost $18 billion in our grids. And the focus will be, of course, on making sure that the grids are equipped to serve that distributed generation that is proliferating beyond the urban centers, which are easier because of the density, but also on a wider sense. So again, servicing that distributed generation is important. The other part that we're looking at is digitalization. The more we upgrade our grids, the lower the investments will be required because, again, we can serve more users with less infrastructure. So that is a very important part. Upgrading, digitalizing grids requires a cultural change by governments, by regulators, by policymakers, and by utilities that manage these grids. And in fact, we spinned off Grid Expertise, which is a service company that is designed to help utilities go through this transition that we've gone through in Italy, Spain, and Latin America. So I think that's the other big pillar. The third pillar, which is very important, is working on the resilience of grids. Again, we're trying to increase energy access, but this is actually, the climate is obviously working against it. With the more extreme weather events, we have a lot of users who end up losing energy access for longer periods of time, and that is a huge problem. It creates catastrophes, and in terms of reducing the energy access. So again, we're working very much on making sure that our grids are as resilient as possible. Again, 53% of our capex are invested in grids because we do think that it is real important to make sure that that infrastructure is there to host all the technology that is coming in, not only on the renewable side, but also in terms of flexibility and energy efficiency. So leave it to that, but very happy to discuss some of the, in more in detail, some of the challenges during the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nilce, I'll move to you now. I know you're from RE100, but you're representing the ICLEI Energy Compact. Since as a signatory on the compact, the ICLEI Compact is sort of committing to 100% renewable energy by 2050. So can you use the example of from Argentina and sort of talk us through how you're planning to achieve that?
Totally. Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me and for having the local governments here. That is for us so important. And just in order to tell you, the energy compact is really related to our project, the 100% renewables that are working with clay. As the objectives of our project is really similar to the ones of the energy compact. First of all, I would like to say that the way that we do it, and totally with the support of ICLEI, is involving all the stakeholders. And when I say all the stakeholders, are all the stakeholders. It's like the industrial sector, it's like the commercial one, it's like the neighborhood in general, is the private, the public one, because all of them have demonstrated to be interested in the process, in the transition, and they are really involved in it. So it's just we had to call them to work, and they put all their experience, their professionals, and their tools to work for the energy transition of the city. So this was the our first one knowledge from this roadmap. And the second one is exactly this one, to build a roadmap to in order to put all our uh, ambitious projects in an order and prioritize them, and say, okay, we are going this way, and tell the citizens we are doing it, and we are doing it together, and it will work this way. So we generate like a confidence with the neighborhood that is really important for this project. our roadmaps nowadays contains three different parts. The first one is working in energy efficiency, even in the public sector, but also in the private one, especially in the industrial sector, that is our biggest consumer in the city. Then we have a part of energy technology, renewable technologies. There we will develop different projects for the supply of the energy in our city. And in this part, I would like to tell you that we already have a 50% of an ele- electrical energy supply with renewables, with a biomass plant in the city. And we are working to have 100% in this part by 2040. That is a little bit more ambitious than even the energy compact. And then we have another project that is nowadays is being executed with solar PV panels. Then the final part of the roadmap towards 100% renewables is about the transport and mobility. That is really there. We as a local government, we have uh, a really great responsible in the part of the planning in the city, doing it with the infrastructure that is necessary to move from one part of the city to the other, uh, by by walking, by bicycle, by e-mobility. It's like we need to develop it and we need to put it in our strategy of development. And to just to close up a little bit my intervention, I would like to say that about the financial part, it's really important to involve the local governments in this part because they are the ones that are in the first line. And we have demonstrated with this roadmap that we have just built that we know which are the problems of our cities and we know how to solve it. We just need some professional assistances. We need to build local capacities and the ways and the financial ways to make it real. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Um, as you know, like with the energy compacts, we also have several compacts that are multi-stakeholder compacts, and I'm going to come to you with a question on that. You know, as you know, there are several multi-stakeholder compacts like 24/7 and No New Coal, Gender Energy, and so on. Can you talk a little bit about how these multi-stakeholder compacts are impactful in terms of like it's not just individuals, but like multiple agencies that come together for impact?
Yeah, thank you for that, Divya. And I think that the multi-stakeholder compacts are in some ways a direct response to the challenge that Pradeep laid out for us right at the start, right? Some challenges within the overall energy transition movement require collaboration more than others, and that you cannot kind of address them unilaterally, and they require different types of partners to work together and play to their competitive advantages. And it is for that reason that these multi-stakeholder compacts, I think, are especially impactful because they bring together governments, private sector, subnational governments, development partners, as well as catalytic partners, whether from civil society or from financial institutions, to really think about challenging issues together. And so maybe just to take the example of, say, the No New Coal Compact, which actually is predominantly governments and is also open to subnational governments, is a really important way to offer an alternative narrative to a very political conversation that is at this COP front and center. When are we going to phase down? When are we going to phase out? And while that conversation perhaps has reached in its is in a deadlock of some variety, the No New Coal Compact actually offers a perch or a silver lining, if I may, to say that even though there are countries that have, as you were saying, Minister, that have a deep dependence on fossil fuels, they're still playing a leadership role because they're diversifying their energy mix. They're committing to no new dependence on fossil fuel, to limiting that, as well as to really kind of, I think it also acknowledges that the, the unit economics of, say, coal in many parts of the world is no longer viable. And so it is in many ways a starting point or a gateway commitment to the eventual phase down, phase out commitment. And that's why it's important that countries also feel that they are also demonstrating leadership by making this commitment, and they are not alone, and that there is a community that will support them, because as they are rethinking their energy system. The 24/7 carbon free energy compact is another example, which is widely and vastly different and definitely requires this multi stakeholder approach, because while governments may have a keenness to decarbonize their grid systems, there's often vested interests or often compulsions beyond which they are not able to move without the partnership of private sector. When there are large consumers of electricity saying we will only consume renewable energy, it gives the kind of impetus that is required, whether it is to the utilities, whether it is to the power sector kind of regulators or whoever else, to say we need to keep pace with the demand, or else these businesses are going to take their business and move elsewhere. And so I think this is why these multi-stakeholder compacts are especially important. And in many ways, it's the big value proposition of the energy compacts themselves, that they bring together so many different types of stakeholders to work together, and is it's open to also non-member state actors, which several UN processes are not. So in many ways, it kind of recognizes that we need to take on an inclusive approach to the energy transition, while also being additional, while also being compliant with the Paris Agreement goals, but really breaking that down into the sum of its parts.
Thank you, Kanika, for that. Um, Pradeep, I'll ask you a follow up to what you said earlier. You talked about this collaborative approach that we need in order to achieve the goals and the targets that we've put in place. UNDP, as you said, has an ambitious compact. I wouldn't say there's anything such as too ambitious, because if anything, we need more ambition like that. But just talking about this collaborative approach, like you said, there's the energy compacts. There's like several other similar platforms. So how can we leverage all of this to really get this kind of joint action that we need for results?
Yeah, look, I think we really have to be very, very practical about this. And, there are multiplicity of initiatives that, in theory, each one on its own will not achieve what we are seeking to. It's impossible. But the conversations required to bring them together aren't happening in a way that actually matters. You can't solve this problem unless we take a particular context and bring people around a table and try and align the different pieces of the puzzle that we each bring to this solution. And, you know, practical issues of just aligning agendas and schedules and getting the right people into these conversations is not happening. And I ask myself all the time, that's not a very difficult thing to do, but indeed it is, right? And we have to find a way forward. And I think, one of the conversations we've had with UN Energy was to try and facilitate those conversations, country by country, region by region, bring the relevant actors together to try and figure out how it is that what we are planning to do ourselves can augment each other's work, and recognize right from the get go that we need each other, because we all bring a different part of the solution. Without the other piece, we just simply cannot make it work. At a very practical level, I mean, we get a lot of requests from organizations that are largely normative, in their work, complaining that their work isn't being translated into interventions on the ground. On the other hand, we struggle with having the evidence base with which to convince investors to come in for those types of particular investments. Now, that to me sounds very an obvious piece where these two things must go hand in hand. So can we sort of work towards that and try and achieve what ultimately we all need, which is a collective action.
Thank you for that. Um, just as a final round, each of you brings a very different perspective to this conversation from national governments, from cities, from the UN system, from the private sector. So if each of you could maybe talk about one or two challenges and opportunities, maybe just in your specific context of how of what hinders or what can help your energy compact or you achieve your energy compact. So, Dr. Yulaswati, I'll start with you, and if you can just go down that way. Yeah.
Now I'll talk more on the opportunity through the compact, and I'll be very practical. Okay, there's some strategy that we would like to get further involved as well as supported is on the massive of development of the renewable energy. Uh, for the power plant, including the floating solar panel because we're on islands, and then mandatory of biodiesel and other biodiesel implementations, biomass coal firing, and dieselization, converting diesel power plant to the renewable energy power plant. And like I mentioned earlier, that modalities for investment we have already developed some, and it's in progress, and somehow it's can be succeed. For example, we already succeed to sell the bond, the SE bond, to the US as well as to the European, and then the blue bond in the Japan. So it's crowd in for the businesses around the globe. And also we have the just newly launched blended finance mechanism through the energy transition mechanism, the ETM, and also the geothermal resource risk mitigations by the World Bank. So I think would be lovely to work together through what we have, and of course seeking other innovations to accelerate everything. Articulate the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Yeah. Kanika, do you want to go next?
It's Finance Day. And I think that it's without question one of the largest bottlenecks in scaling up the delivery of very many elements of the energy transition, but definitely underserved sectors like energy access solutions in developing countries and clean cooking solutions in countries across the global south. And I think that the energy compacts can power this to some extent by offering an indication of the pipeline of projects, because there are a lot of commitments both by governments as well as by individual developers, etc., of the kinds of projects that they want to do, and they're reporting back often to say that they're short of their commitment, and this is because they haven't necessarily been able to receive the kind of support that is required. So I think that if we were to use the energy complex as one of the several levers that is required to really be a bit more strategic in the way that we finance the energy transition, so that we recognize where more catalytic capital must go, and so that we design the kinds of financial interventions required to reach market scale.
Okay. Thank you.
I think from our side, the two challenges of we're under tremendous pressure, not only by our stakeholders in a wider sense, and by the fact that the climate is changing to deliver. To deliver, we have the finance, but we need to put it on the ground in investments. And so, in that sense, timing is key, and often delays occur because of the lack of integration vertically within government from national to local authorities. So some of the points that you were mentioning really resonate on our side. And so the multi-stakeholder approach that you were mentioning is a very important way, but the timing is important. It has to happen on time, and national governments, as you two were saying, have to help get the local governments on board and make sure that the local level we can work with the communities and actually get the investments on the ground, because we do need to deliver those renewable energy capacity. And if we can't deliver it in one place, we'll just move it very quickly to another one because the pressure from our shareholders is also very high. So again, integration and multi-stakeholders are the two key challenges.
Well, for us, the situation is like they have just said. how to make the financial part, how to make the foundings come here. So say, hey, here, I have a project, come here. We have a plan, we have a roadmap, we are working on that, and this is particular our first challenge. But then also we have another one that is how to tell the other government levels, it's like the national level, okay, we need this normative, we need this situation to happen in order to make our transition and achieve our goals. We have a couple of national recommendations that we have already made, but in a political scenario so changing like we have nowadays, it's like a difficult situation too. So this one, financial and the communication with other government levels.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll talk about an opportunity instead of problems, which might actually bring a lot of your problems or the challenges you're facing together. Let's take a country like Uganda. We're currently active in Uganda, investing global environment facility resources together with the African Development Bank to effectively set up a conducive regulatory framework, a policy framework, to identify business models that actually work in off-grid contexts, where as it is today, by all definitions, it's what you would call unbankable. But if we accept that, which I don't, um, nothing's going to change. So let's change that. If we are performing, if we are doing something that will change the regulatory environment, and you're looking for investment opportunities, you and I and our teams should be able to sit and figure out what it is that you will need in order to have the comfort to invest. There may be some compromises that need to be made. We may need to do something extra, but that conversation needs to happen. We're not going to tackle this unless we take on some political economy issues. And unless we facilitate those through multi stakeholder dialogues in those contexts, in lieu of the conversations we're having with the investor community, we're not going to advance on these issues, right? Unless we also mirror what's happening at the national level to the subnational level, work with local authorities, we're not going to find these solutions. So I guess my point here is ultimately, I think we all know what the problem is, but I think we all know what the solution is also. And this is what I think we somehow have to break through and achieve. So I hope, we sort of advance towards that goal with this collective, I would even say naive, ambition, but that's what it's going to take to ensure that we address the needs of 650 million plus people who are currently without energy access. Not to mention the 2 billion who don't have access to clean cooking. It's 2024 almost. That is just not right.
Thank you. And thank you to the panel for your engaging remarks. I'm just going to call Minoru back up to give us some closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Great conversation. So big hands to the panelists. Thank you so much. So since we heard a big story, maybe the UN should also say something ambitious this way. So Kanika, by next year, General Assembly time, how much the total portfolio of energy compacts should look like? We have now 1.3 trillion. Is it going to be 2 trillion or 5 trillion? What's your sort of ambition?
I think it should be over 2 trillion.
Fantastic. So we got one.
Annual reportage should go up from the 60 billion that it is now to much higher numbers. That is what has already been done. That number needs to also keep going up.
So I would say that $2 trillion in total with annual financial flow of 100 billion. How does it work? Pradeep, we have a moonshot of 500 million additional people with access to the energy by 2025. to that, I think at the minimum, we as a UN system needs to be strengthening our work in minimum additional 50 countries. And we commit as a UN system that we'll do so by 2025. Yes, we have to. Fantastic. This is another commitment. We have to. Now, on my part, at the global level, there's going to be a summit of the future to come under the General Assembly in September. This is supposed to be the largest summit for a long, long time to come. In the UN, the General Assembly Summit of the Future, we commit to have the largest SDG 7 Global Action Forum, where we're going to be featuring major commitments and energy compact. I look forward to welcoming your president in the same. So, stay tuned about this big platform to come. With this one, thank you very much for your contributions and stay engaged and get new actions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, bonjour, and buenos dias. I'm Radia Sedawi, the Chief of Energy at the Regional Commission of Western Asia. I have the honor to moderate this side event. This side event hosted by our sister organization, the UN DESA, at the SDG Pavilion, and it intends to look at to the how together we can work in enhancing synergies and addressing the trade-offs between the water and energy sectors. The event is also under the umbrella of the Sustainable Water and Energy Solutions Network. For those who are not familiar with this global network, established by DESA in order to support how we can share best practices cross region, but also at the national level and globally, at the technical level, but also at policy level. And I had the opportunity also to share from my region, but also to see how we can learn from best practices, specifically when it comes to the sustainable transition, but also how to renewable energy efficiency linked to the access to water can be all in a way interlinked at the technical level, but at the policy level, as indicated in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The side event is within the COP28 hosted in Dubai, our host, United Arab Emirates. Thanks for hosting us. It intends to look at how we can advance the climate agenda, both adaptation and mitigation, and obviously, this means how we enhance synergies and address the trade-offs between the two sectors. We have 1 hour and a very interesting panel. If you allow me first to present my panel before giving the floor one by one, because they do have presentation, but also interventions from their perspective. I will start by Mr. Gonzalo Sáenz de Miera, and sorry for my pronunciation, Director of Climate Change and Alliances Iberdrola in Spain. We have also Mr. Alfredo, as you said, Vela. So Alfredo Vela, he's the president Azazuca. Sesqua. My Spanish is not as well. Guatemala. This was my Spanish. Guatemala, and happy to have you with us today. And Miss Camila Granco, she's an economic officer at our sister organization, Latin America, ECLAC. Nice having you with us. And Miss Jessica Obeid, she is the co-founder, New Energy Consult from Lebanon, from the Arab region, ESCWA region. And happy we're having you with us. Mr. Luis Miguel Paez, he's the executive president UNELA. And Mr. Fernando Alandes, he's the deputy manager director of Canal de Isabel II, Comunidades in Madrid, Spain. Nice having you all with us. And I think we would start by Mr. Gonzalo. Please, if you have, I think from your place. And I just want to say, if I may, since we would have an interactive panel for 1 hour, if you just look at from your perspective and the business model that you will present from your country or organization perspective, how we can look at the address the challenges, but in a way also to bring them as opportunities to address enhance the synergies between the two sectors. Over to you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Congratulations to you and DESA for organizing such an interesting event. And thank you very much for inviting us. I have 6 minutes, so I would like to share with you 6 messages. First message, we are a global energy company. So we invest a lot in renewables and we use water. This is Iberdrola. So first message, we are facing several crises at the same time. Climate crisis, energy crisis, water crisis, biodiversity crisis, all these crises have a same origin, an energy model based on fossil fuels, and a same solution, moving from fossil fuels to renewables. First message. Second message, we are seeing a technological revolution of green solutions. So renewables today are the most competitive way to produce electricity all around the world. Batteries and heat pumps will be competitive with fossil fuels in just 2 or 3 years, we think. And Green hydrogen needed to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors will be competitive in 7-8 years. And this is a big change. Third message, this transition from fossil fuels to renewables is going to be good for people, and it's going to be good for the planet, and it's going to be good for water resources. Why? First thing, it's going to be good for climate change because climate change, the origin of climate change is fossil fuels. 80% of the CO2 emissions come from burning fossil fuels. So this is an advantage. If we move to renewables, it's good for water consumption because renewable energies consume much less water than fossil fuels. It will also be good for energy security because we don't have to rely on imported energy with the problems they may rise as we are seeing now. And it may be good for economic and prosperity because this is cheaper energy and will imply a lot on investment in a lot of countries. For message, moreover, water plays a very important role in the power sector, in the electricity sector. Why? Because we have hydropower. Hydropower represents something around 30% of the renewable energy in the world and will play a fundamental role in the future. No new dams, because new dams have a lot of environmental impact. However, pump storage, connected existing dams are going to be a very valuable resource for an energy system based on renewables. The problems with renewables is their variability. And if you have hydro and pump storage, from Canal de Isabel II, no, it's very flexible energy that can be a complement to renewables. Fifth message, in Iberdrola, we are really committed to this agenda. We are committed to climate change. We want to reduce zero emissions in 2030. So we want to generate all our energy from renewable sources. We are only investing in renewables and networks. And we are only investing in renewables and networks because it's good for the planet, but it's good for people because it's cheaper energy. We are committed because we have an objective of zero impact on biodiversity for 2030. That is one of the other, and we are committed because we have an objective for water use to reduce 50% of our water use in 2030. So, as a final message, the integration of water and energy solutions are key to ensure a sustainable development, a real sustainable development. We are making progress, but not unnecessary at the necessary speed. And to move forward, we need two things. Policies, we were mentioning policies, are key to move things in this way. And the second thing is alliances, working together. Firms, we can play an important role. Governments can play an important role, environmental NGOs, but we have to work together to move into this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your commitment, and thank you very much also for the recommendation that you provided. Maybe we can follow up next with Mr. Alfredo Vela. I think you have a presentation on from Guatemala perspective. If the technicians can put on the screen, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alfredo Vila from the Sugar Association of Guatemala. We are 10 sugar mills in the country. We found the Guatemala Sugar Association in 1957. If you want to have an idea how old is the organization, that was the year I was born. Some time before we thought that we need to do bigger things and more to have more impact. So we create our social arm, Fundazúcar. We have in Fundazúcar education programs, health programs, and community development programs. Then in
1992, we create Senjicaña. That's our cane investigation center. We have created many varieties of cane, and now our fields have 70% of Guatemalan sugar cane. That's very important for our economic sustainability. In 1994, we found Expogranel. We export 60% of our sugar. We produce 2,700 metric, 2,700,000 metric tons of sugar. And in this terminal, we can move more than 2,000 tons per hour. That's one of the most efficient uh, centrals in the world. In 2010, we create the private um Climate Change Institute. I think that's still being the only private climate change institute in the world. That's a very good improvement of our organization. And in 2022, our newest organization is the Innovation Hub. We are studying many new projects in agriculture 4.0. Our sustainable development is based in three axes: environment, social, and governance. ASASWA is committed to promoting the implementation and achievement of the goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda while advancing climate change mitigation and adaptation through integrated, innovative, sustainable water and energy solutions. We have advances in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. Integrated watershed management, including forests in the high areas, riparian forests, biological corridors, and reforestation. We have planted since 2011 more than 8.8 million trees. That's around 7,000 hectares have been reforested, to which 860 will be added this year. Technologies and practices to optimize the use of water, both in the cultivation of sugarcane and in the production of sugar. We have the reuse of the water. Our goal is not to use any fresh water. We are going to use in the near future just the water of the cane. We have the dry cleaning sugarcane. Sometime before we clean we cleaned the cane with water. Now we have a dry clean. We have a very efficient new irrigation systems. Senjicaña scientists developed the Senjiriegos. That's a very new and good irrigation system. More than 76% of water of the cane needs to grow is obtained from rain. Guatemalan sugar uses 47 less water than other sugar producing countries per ton of cane. The role of the sugar agroindustry is a provider of renewable, renewable, and sustainable electricity to Guatemala. 91% of the electricity used by the sugar agroindustry is from the bagasse of the cane. 20 more than almost 30% of the electricity of the country is produced by the sugar mills with bagasse of cane. That's 1,784 gigawatts. The generation of renewable energy from biomass has prevented 4 million tons of CO2 from reaching the environment due to the reduction of fossil fuels to generate energy. 2022 guidelines were issued for the conservation of biodiversity in areas of interest for sugarcane. Our carbon footprint, we produce 0.36 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of sugar and 19.6 cubic meters per ton of sugarcane. What you see there is a fragment of a paper that shows the contributions of Guatemala sugarcane industry to the sustainable development goals on water and energy. And we are very honored that I think this is the only paper published by the United Nations Journal of the Sugarcane Agroindustry. We understand very well our role as generators of opportunities and prosperity for millions of people in Guatemala. That's why we think we are more than sugar, we are energy for sustainable development.
Thanks for making the energy sweet with the sugarcane and make it sustainable. And certainly, it's need a lot of efforts, specifically looking at from the synergies in terms of with biodiversity in a country like Guatemala. And maybe it's good to see the regional perspective from Latin America. And I call you upon Ms. Camila to share with us the perspective from the regional commission, since you have the portfolio of the region. Over to you, Camila.
Good afternoon. Is this working? It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to thank UNDESA, UNESCO for the invitation. I am here representing the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. A pleasure to greet also my fellow panelists today. So I would like to present to you the results of a paper that was published on the synergies between energy and water in Latin America and the Caribbean. It will be a very succinct presentation, and I invite you all to read the paper that was co-authored by the head of our Water and Energy Unit, Dr. Silvia Saraiva. So, let me see if I can use this. Oh, it's quite small. Latin America and the Caribbean is a region that contributes relatively little to global emissions. The region emits around 10% of the global greenhouse gases. However, there is an asymmetry because the region is severely vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, mainly climate change disasters. In proportion compared to the world, it's a region that is producing relatively clean energy. Around 60% of the electricity generation in Latin America and the Caribbean is from renewable sources. In the world, 60% in the world is from renewable sources, and 73% in Latin America and the Caribbean from renewable sources. The region, you can see in the left-hand side, the proportion of renewables in the electricity matrix. As you can see, most countries in the region are very reliant on hydropower, which is the blue bar on the graph. On the right-hand side, you can see, on the other hand, the impacts that climate change will have on precipitation, on rain. And there you can see that one of the most important impacts of climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean are droughts. So this is a first direct link between energy security and water and climate change in the region. The interconnections, the degree of integration of the electric grids in Latin America and the Caribbean is an area of promising advancements and progress, especially in the field of transboundary water. You can see in the right-hand side the proportion of transboundary basins with interoperational agreements for water cooperation. In South America, interconnections are mainly based on hydroelectric power plants. The operating bilateral electric interconnection agreements are for Itaipu, which is a hydroelectric power plant, until recently one of the largest in the planet, between Paraguay and Brazil. Also, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay share a treaty, an arrangement on emergency exchanges during droughts, which have become more intense and more frequent in the recent years. I'm going to move a bit faster due to the time constraints. And this is the case study that is addressed in the paper and that I would like to talk a bit more to you about. The paper covers the circular economy that can exist between SDG 6 for water and SDG 7 for energy. In particular, the paper taps into or looks into the potential for methane recovery from wastewater to produce power. According to the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, methane emitted worldwide needs to be reduced by a third by 2030, which is right around the corner, so that we can still keep on track for the 1.5% target. In Latin America and the Caribbean, methane emissions from wastewater account for 10% of the total methane emitted. Since 1990, methane emissions in Latin America have grown by 40% and are expected to grow without mitigation actions by another 19% by 2030. So the potential for wastewater treatment and the use of the sludge to capture the methane and then use this methane to produce renewable energy is the object of the paper. So the circular economy and the relation between water treatment or wastewater treatment and renewable energy. The paper found that there is an opportunity to incorporate mid-cities. There is relatively widespread of this technology in large cities in Mexico and Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, and others. But the large potential for growth or for the dissemination of these technologies lies in mid-size cities. It is estimated that this technology or mainstreaming these technologies in these 25 mid-size towns that were considered in the paper would require an investment around $250 million to adopt these circular economy principles. And it would generate a cost saving in the production of energy of 46.6 million US dollars. I'm going to move to our next slide that looks also into the tripod, into the three pillars of sustainable development, the economic, social, and environmental dimensions. ECLAC has been proposing the idea of a big push for sustainability. It's essentially an idea centered on mapping, identifying the strategic areas that could promote simultaneously benefits on the economic, social, and environmental dimensions. And so, water and energy are one of these strategic areas that we have mapped. In terms of water, we estimate that with an increase of 1.3% of the annual GDP in terms of investments over the course of 10 years, we would be able to universalize the access to water and sanitation. These investments would produce very important benefits, including safe access to water, better health, reduce pollution, among others. In terms of the energy transition, we estimate that, let me go to the next slide. No, it's not on there. But we estimate a similar value of 1.3% of annual GDP that would be necessary over the next 10 years to increase renewable energy generation capacity
to 80%, reducing CO2 emissions by 32% and creating 7 million green jobs. So these are the points that I wanted to bring, and I invite you all to follow our study and research for more information. Thank you.
Thanks for drawing the attention to how we can apply the principle of circular economy to help to address the synergies and the trade-off between the two sectors. And certainly, when we speak about the energy transition, it's need to be inclusive enough and just. And it's need to also look at to the dimension how energy can enable other sectors. But obviously, the examples of methane emissions and the recycling and what you did the present, it's very good examples. I think it's good also to disseminate the paper and the research paper. What we do also in the Arab region, since we have also similar setting in terms of vulnerability from climate change and water scarcity. And it's good also the aspect of transboundary water management and across different countries in the region. That's why it's good to also move to our next speaker from the Esquire region, Ms. Jessica Ubaid from Lebanon. From your perspective, the way you see the water energy nexus and specifically the specific case of Lebanon and the region. Over to you, Jessica.
Thank you, Raja. So I have 5 points on this, on the water scarcity in Arab states and the region, and the food, water, energy nexus, because water and energy nexus directly imply food security, wastewater, virtual water in the region, and hydropower. So first, we're a region that is highly vulnerable to water scarcity. So when we look into forecasts, the Arab states are expected to host 12 out of the 33 most water scarce countries in the world by 2030. That's a lot. We need to do something about it, and we need to do something fast. And then we have the food, water, energy nexus, because when we look into agricultural practices in most Arab states, they traditionally have relied on flooding, which consumes a lot of water, and just like flooding the fields of agriculture. And that's a major issue, especially for crops and the type of agriculture that we do have in the region. For example, in Egypt, we cultivate rice, which is uses a lot of water. So we need to change these practices and rely on more water efficient practices, but this also imply having more energy efficient practices. Why? Because when we look into how these water pumps are running as well, most of them are running on diesel generators because agricultural areas happen to be so often in places that are far away from the grid. But it's not only diesel generators that are highly pollutant, but also highly expensive as well. But so often we've also seen that they rely on diesel trucks. So they have a truck and they have this pulley where it just rotate. By rotation, they just pump water. So it's high emissions, diesel trucks, diesel generators. When we look into the electrification rates in most Arab states, even in the states that we do have high electrification rates, it's not necessarily that it's high electrification. It's just that we can have grids, full grid, reaching all the country, but it could happen, for example, like in the case of Lebanon and Iraq, that this grid has a lot of power shortages in power supply, so this grid doesn't have electricity so often. So and then renewable energy becomes a very critical, decentralized renewable energy, solar pumps, and so become very critical, not only for water provision, but also for food security. And then we get to the other issue, wastewater treatment as well. If you don't have reliable electricity, if energy is very expensive, then we don't have wastewater treatment. And so that's also, we need to have solar PV for wastewater treatment. And that's very important from a water provision perspective, sanitary house perspective, and also energy perspective, because as you mentioned, solar electricity is way cheaper now, especially in Arab states that have abundant solar energy resource. And then we look into virtual water, because everything we use and consume, even if it's not just food and agriculture, uses a lot of water in production.
my outfit, anything that we're using is using this indirect use of water, which we call virtual water. We're currently not accounting for virtual water content, but that's going to be very critical in the future when water is more scarce, and we need to account for that. And finally, we do have significant hydropower in the region, which is a significant share of renewable energy in the region. But what does that mean when we have water scarcity and drought? And we're already experiencing it. And we're seeing some countries that have several hydropower plants in peak summer, in peak demand in summer, in July and August. They're having now shortage of electricity because these hydropowers are just not performing when we need them. So a lot of challenges to account for, and we need a different kind of thinking. Raja, you always say integrated approach, and we need integrated approach for water, energy, but also food for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe we link it also to the peace and increase partnerships as well as we speak. And since we did launch the policy note on Gaza, weaponization of the water, energy, food in Gaza, and we see an example where resilience in terms of renewable energy application, and you see how this the absence of energy impacted the whole value chain and impacted other sectors, and that's why we say we need this kind of platforms in order to build good examples in a way how to address and build the resilience across sectors where energy also will remain as an enabler. And maybe we move to another example from also listen to another perspective with Mr. Luis Michal, the Executive President of UNELA.
Thank you very much, and thank you to you and DESA for the invitation to participate in this panel. We're going to talk about the catalyzing regional development and advancing global sustainability goals through the sugarcane and sugar beet agri-industry. What is Sunala? Who we are? We are Sugar Association for Latin America, and there are 12 countries that form part of UNALA, starting with Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Dominican Republic, Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and Peru. What do we do? What's our purpose? First, we share information. We want to learn about the different experiences that each country has had, and to share with the different countries and promote this exchange of information and research of technologies and all the different experience that we have lived in different countries. Second, representation in different forums to represent and tell the stories and the truth about the sugar sector. Unfortunately, when we don't participate and we let some people like talk about our story, they tell some things that they don't have really a scientific proof. So we want like to participate in different forums and different places and to share the experience with arguments and with facts. Sustainability. We are sharing our best practices so we can learn from the success and from the failures of the different countries. So that will help all the sector in the Latin American sugar like to be in a better standard. Communication. We want to facilitate the dialogue and promote communication between the different countries and different stakeholders. Our work are basically in three pillars. First is sustainability. In sustainability, as I was telling before, we share the best practices that each country were implementing. Sugar and health. We have different programs. For example, there is a page that it's called Esto es Azúcar, and we are trying like to put scientific evidence about the truth of sugar. Something that happens these days on that we believe more in influencers than in science. So sometimes we have myths of sugar that they are not real. And in this type of pages, what we want to do is like tell scientific-based information about sugar. And renewable energies. In renewable energies, we are working and we are sharing experience of co-generating electricity from sugar bagasse and ethanol production. What are our commitments? First, we have the 2030 agenda. All of the different programs of the different countries we are working with, they're aligned with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. A climate change agenda. We have a commitment that we are working in different activities in order to mitigate climate change and biodiversity support. In some countries, we started making some inventories and some studies about biodiversity, and we programs, as Mr. Vila was saying, in Guatemala, we have some reforestation programs that will help to preserve our biodiversity. So what we represent as Latin American sugar producers, we represent 6.4 million jobs in Latin America. We represent 317,000 independent producers. We represent more than 52 million metric tons of sugar producers produced in Latin America, more than 32 million metric tons of sugar exported in Latin America, more than 11 million hectares harvest of sugar cane and sugar beet, more than 31 billion liters of ethanol produced in Latin America. Our sustainability in our operations, we produce more than 23,000 gigawatts per hour of co-generating from sugar gas, more than 31 billion liters produced of fuel ethanol SAF, that it's a sustainable aviation fuel. We also have advanced irrigation system, wastewater reuse, development of research and use of new technologies. This means that there are significant reduction of CO2 in emissions, CO2 emissions in all these countries of Latin America. So as sugar producers, we have a circular economy because almost 100% of the crop is utilized in the cycle to produce sugar, to produce molasses, to produce ethanol, to produce organic fertilizers. So I'm going to put two examples of sustainable projects in Latin America, and in this case, I'm going to use first the NAMA in Costa Rica. Costa Rica, what is NAMA? NAMA is the National Appropriate Management Mitigation Action that was implemented in Costa Rica. It means for developing countries to contribute to mitigation actions as part of their contribution to the global climate effort. It covers the formulation of sectoral objectives, mechanisms, and policies. It's designed as a part of a national climate strategy in low emission development. So Costa Rica, to do this, they have started since 2022, 21, sorry, and it has four steps. Actually, you have a run pilot plan implementation, then design of these plans, technical designs, and the concept note. So we start the concept note, then the technical design of the pilot plan, and the pilot plan implementation. In 2021, there was a training of the sectorial scope, sugarcane NAMA design in Costa Rica, and then in 2022, the NAMA's operational design. So climate change mitigation and continues to SDGs actually were reduction of nitrogen fertilizers, fossil fuels, harvest and applications of amendments. Here is the projected cumulative emissions to 2050 in different scenarios, how Costa Rica is going to reduce the carbon footprint. The other example is in Colombia with the Water Board. What is the Water Board? It's a program that was designed to implement the strategies to improve water use, both in sugar cane production and sugar manufacturing producers, which has led to considerable reduction of water consumption in both links in the value chain. So also in sugar growth and sugar production. So what implemented strategies have they done? They have unified an efficient governance of the process, recirculation of water, improving efficiency of existing irrigation systems, the adoption of new and more efficient technologies, and irrigation personal training. Because sometimes when you train people, you're gonna have like less waste of water. So what they have obtained with these plans is a 50% reduction of water required for the sugarcane production process, a 32.6 reduction on the amount of water withdrawn from the source of outside the plants. And there is a continuous a contribution to the SDGs 6, 12, and 13. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I believe your organization, since it's regional, you have a lot of opportunities to reverse knowledge between the countries and specifically on the sugar cane. Maybe we move to the Mediterranean. And Spain and the Mediterranean, together with the Maghreb countries, have the issue of water scarcity. And I may say that Spain is a good example in a way that how they manage properly the water energy nexus, given also the water scarcity issue. Over to you. We have with us, Mr. Fernando, as I presented from Canada, Isabel too. So if you just present the case of your country and your institution.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for having the opportunity to be in this incredible amount of good panelists. And I have to show, or I want to show something related with the adaptation to the water scarcity, because we have good news for everyone. We have the experience of more than 172 years fighting against scarcity. So then we have some ideas that can be useful for you all. And I want to share these things. For the people that don't know really where we are in the middle of space, just in the middle of space. We are a region like a triangle in the middle of Spain. And we have, this is our community. And as you can see, we have a really, okay, it doesn't work, the laser. So we have a mountains just in the west of our community. And these mountains prevent the rain to fall in the moderate area. Then we have a climate very easy to say just in 3 letters. Our climate is dry. So, for example, last big drought that we had in 2000 or 2005, we received an income in our reservoirs of 233 cubic hectometers in a year. And the water demand in the region was in 2005, 610 cubic hectometers. Then imagine how difficult it is to supply people when you don't have really water in your reservoir. But it's something that happens very, very commonly. It's very normal. For example, last year we had 465 cubic hectometers, but we consume for almost 500 cubic hectometers. Then imagine how to deal with this irregular regime of rain. So some years we have like 1,000 income of water in our reservoirs, and sometimes we have 200 cubic hectometers in our reservoirs. So, and the water demand is always pretty much the same, 500 cubic hectometers per year. Then almost 50% of the year we have less water than the people demand from us. So, and the things is increasing as a problem, because in the past, which is in the pink color, in the past we increased like 1 million people in 15 years. But the next 15 years, we are our projections assume that Madrid will grow by more than 1 million inhabitants. So if you see in this graph, you can see three important issues. The blue line is the rainfall, the precipitation, as an incomes of water in our reservoirs. As you see, are progressive decreasing because climate change. And the gray line is the population supplied by canal that is growing, every year growth and growth. And the good news is that from 2005, as you see, the yellow curve, which is the demand side, I mean the demand of water, we get to decrease it. So imagine, we have seen a huge increase in population in Madrid, more than 40% from 2005. And under this complex situation, we have managed to reduce capital consumption by 34%. And the problem is that this never ends. We must continue reducing consumption. And it's not always true that if you have energy, you will have water. Or if you have water, you will have energy. That's not true. For example, in the middle of Spain, we don't have really a big river. And if we don't have a big river, where is the water? So we don't have enough water to transform into fresh water, like, for example, here in Dubai, you can do. Today, the lack of enough and constant water supply would be incompatible with the development of the society. So what kind of thing we can do if we don't have water? We can do really 5 things, and we are doing 5 things. First is increase water incomes. Really, believe me, we are working in it every day. The other thing you can do from the offer perspective or the offer side is to change drinking water for reduced water. That's all. And from the demand side, you can do 3 things. A network that consumes less water, being less leaks in your network, less real losses of water. The 4th thing you can do is to improve the education of people, greater citizen awareness. And the 5th thing you can do is to set or establish a water price structure focused on encouraging savings. So in terms of change drinking water for reduced water, here's the evolution of the consumption of reused or regenerated water or reclaimed water the last years. So of course, reused water is part of the solution. With an investment of 500 million euros, we got 17 cubic hectometers per year, and we consume 500 hectometers. Then imagine the cost of a single hectometer of reused water. We need to work more in convince clients that they need to use reclaimed water. And also we need in Europe, at least, more laws and more regulations to increase the water consumption of our clients. So the other thing we do is to build a network or maintain a network that consumes less water. Is the other thing that we can do, and we are proud to show this graph. As you see, this is in Spain. There are official national data figures, and you see that Madrid, which is in red, has less than 4% of losses. This is something incredible, believe me. And in Spain, around 50% of the water we introduce in the network is lost by leaks, and in many places even 20% of the water. So we are leader with the lowest real network losses. We have very low rates of network breaks. We have high levels of fraud detection. Just to maintain this level is a challenge. And the other thing we need to do is to save water. So imagine we have really a lot of programs of saving water. We have a lot of prize in our showcases, but believe me as well, awareness has a limit. People get tired of the messages. We need to work being more imaginative every year. It's like a fight because it's not easy to convince people to save water. So Humphrey Bogart said, we'll always have tariffs. So I think tariffs is the other way, or the way that you can use to educate people, to increase the awareness of reducing water consumption. We have this amazing graph. Not many companies in the world wants to show this kind of graphs, but I want to share you how we did in the past. Um, using tariffs as the healthy method or way to send messages to your client, especially when you have a progressive tariff framework. When we increase this progressive tariffs, we get the decrease of the people that consume more water, as you see in the graph. The people that consume more than 100 cubic meters per month decrease almost 36% if you implement a sound uh, tariffs, progressive tariff in your framework. So, and the other thing I want to say is that if you want to know more about our company and what we do, reducing consumption with this methodology or getting more water from nowhere, please come to the second global symposium on sustainable water and energy solutions that we'll do in June 2034 in Madrid. Thank you very much.
I think there's also in Guatemala, I think, for the global network. And yeah, certainly the entry point from the water sector give a different perspective, since sometimes it's always located from the energy perspective, but then when you have the objective to save on water while also addressing the energy needs, I think the example of Canada Isabel was and still an excellent example to follow. And each time we have a presentation on the solutions that your organization, your company is handling. I think we may not have time to take questions. Maybe we just take one question if possible from the audience, although I do have, but because my question was related to, before giving to Minoru to close the session, and the way forward for the network, since I believe we did have presentation from the regional perspective that show when presented from regional commission in a way that there is a huge potential both from a knowledge product but also policy tools and at the same time experiences from the companies and from the commitment that organizations and companies have submitted and committed and are I would say progressing in a way that looks from the water or energy and the intelligence of both. And I think the examples and the business models and also the case studies that were and still available at the Water Energy Solution Network led by DESA Secretariat, I think it's good a platform that if for those who are participating here to have access to this in order to more learn how practically we can make the water energy nexus and the linkage is more sustainable, but also see it from cross-cutting sectors. With that, I close this, and I would like to call upon Mr. Minoru Takada. He's the team leader in sustainable energy at the UN DESA. Minoru, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the coming over here. I hope that you enjoy the conversation. This sort of nexus between energy and the water, I think exemplify the true spirit of SDGs. If we do well, you mentioned, if we do well, really we can make tremendous progress toward many part of the SDGs. And of course, these are some of the root causes which are causing the climate crisis. So I think, that we have to strengthen our actions, and thanks to everybody's effort, we started gathering some of the sort of good evidences. And I think Radia is correct. Gathering evidences is one thing, but I think we need to get on the ground to be making it practical. This needs to be really made available to the policymakers and practitioners so that we will see more sort of, on the practical operational, the application of those good practices. This is where we have to strengthen. That means that we do need a lot more energy and members to come together. That is why we are working together with the other colleagues and the canal colleagues to bring everybody together. And next year we are even more sort of scaling up this sort of the gathering, and then hopefully that many of you will be able to join together, and then try to sort of bring sustainable integrated solutions to make SDGs functions from water and energy perspective and address climate changes. So today, thank you very much on behalf of UNDESA, on behalf of the Sustainable Global Water and Energy Solutions Network. We thank you very much for your participations. And many of you sort of heard about this sort of, the articles, which many of you contributed, are actually available on the UN's website for this journal, the Natural Resources Forum, so for free download. So for free that you'll be able to look at these resources as well. With this one, I would like to close this conversation. So thank you very much. We look forward to engaging further. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the SDG Pavilion. Thank you for joining us here at COP28. And I am so pleased to be here with Juliette Biao, Director of the UN Forum on Forest Secretariat. And we're here to talk about what's going on with forests at COP28. So one of the major things happening is are all of the discussions underway to conclude the first global stocktake of progress made towards achieving the Paris Agreement. So Ms. Biao, how do you see the role of forests in these discussions?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, I would like to remind us that this 28th conference of the party to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is expected really to provide us with a reality check, you know, a culmination of a process which is called global stocktake on how the world has come in tackling the climate change and how of much of the corrective actions are needed. I have to say that with regard to the forests, it will be a great opportunity for the world to really make the connection between forest and climate, to really it will be an opportunity for a global awareness of the importance of forests as a climate solution. Indeed, since 2000, it was found that every year forests remove from the atmosphere an amount of 2 billion metric tons of carbon. The tropical primary forests also store over 141 billion tons of carbon. And in addition to these carbon sink functions of forests, forests also help to cool the global average of atmosphere up to 1 degree Celsius. So you can see that sustainable forest management is really the most cost effective and the proven solution to accelerate action and progress toward carbon neutrality. So if this COP28 cannot bring all governments and stakeholders to realize that failure to place forests high on the agenda, failure to rebuild the momentum on forests is just cutting off the hand that feeds us.
Absolutely. You couldn't have said it better. Forests are important for our carbon absorption, and they're just a critical solution in everything, all of the discussions that are happening right now. And going back to the global stock take, once we've done this, what do you see as what are the next steps to take to accelerate the global response to the climate crisis?
Yeah. First of all, I will say that the global and the regional efforts toward addressing the climate change should focus more on the whole service that forests are providing. It's not just about storing carbon. It's not just about cooling the average atmosphere, but they need to look at the whole service that it is not visible to us or to policymakers. Healthy ecosystem, for example, provide positively impact all our lives, from the clean air we breathe to clean water to livelihood and habitat to plants and animals who can live nowhere else. So we need to look at everything in a more holistic way.
Absolutely. Thank you. And so you are the director of the Secretariat for the UN Forum on Forests, which is now in the middle of the assessment of the effectiveness of the international arrangement on forests. So, can you tell us a little bit about what we can expect from the next session of the Forum on Forests? I think it's number 19.
Thank you, Ariel. Before getting into the UNFF 19, I would say that from this global stocktake, there is also an important question that needs to be resolved, which is forest finance. Currently, domestic and international mitigating finance for forests is about 2.3 billion US dollars, which represent less than 1% of the total necessary. For comparison, if you take the climate finance between 2019 and 2020, climate finance reached an amount of 632 billion US dollars. So for 2030 agenda goals to be achieved, we need 200 folds of what is needed for forest finance. It is really a challenge. So the 19th session of the United Nations Forum on Forest is expected really to strengthen political commitment to accelerate the implementation of the United Nations Strategic Plan for Forest 2017 to 2030. And it has also this big component of forest finance. Without finance, only the commitment has to be translated into bringing finance. It's a required commitment, it's a required investment from all sources. The UNFF 19 is also expected to recommend a set of action beyond 2024 to guide our work, but also to strengthen partnership, including with forest-related processes, and such as the 2023 SDG Summit, and also the outcome of the global stocktake on climate change. So we as the Secretariat, we stand ready. And we are committed really to support countries and to mobilize effort and actions toward this 19th session, where the international arrangement on forests will be discussed at its midterm review.
Wonderful. Thank you for all of the work you do, Ms. Biao, for forests and ensuring that forests aren't left behind in all of these climate discussions.
Thank you very much.
So with
Thank you.
that, we will leave it. And thank you for joining us at home.
The African private sector continues to grow from strength to strength. Last year, business leaders from across the continent came together to announce their collective vision for Africa's inclusive and sustainable economic growth and development, a vision that is focused on sustainable business and bold action to address some of the continent's most urgent opportunities. They formed the Africa Business Coalition, convened by the United Nations Global Compact. Today, the Africa Business Leaders Coalition, known as the ABLC, is the first ever Pan-African coalition of business leaders that is focused on driving economic growth and development in Africa through private sector engagement.
Allow me to share what the ABLC has been able to accomplish in a period of less than 12 months. We already have 58 companies that are members, and these are spread across the continent of Africa. These companies represent 1 million employees as well as $150 billion in revenue.
At COP27, members of the ABLC signed a climate statement, committing to climate action within their business operations and their supply chains. 1 year later, ABLC members have made tremendous progress towards meeting their commitments. Today, double the number of ABLC members are setting targets to increase use of renewables. More ABLC members are measuring and disclosing greenhouse gas emissions. More than double the number of ABLC members are developing resilience plans because they recognize that these plans are a critical business strategy to address climate impact. And ABLC members are planning for a fair and equitable transition to a zero carbon economy, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Members of the ABLC represent some of the largest businesses in the continent, and they have been able to have groundbreaking investments in 1 year. That in itself, the ambition, the action, the implementables should be able to change the perception of investment and to raise ambition of global entities that are looking at how they actually intersect with the continent and the EMDE markets.
The work of the coalition does not stop here. The African business community has a critical role to play at COP28 and in delivering the climate goals of the Paris Agreement and the African Union Agenda 2063. The coalition is ready to drive actionable change across Africa.
If we combine our effort around the 10 principles of the United Nations Global Compact that then support the 17 SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals, I think we'll be successful.
I think the ABLC can be a very important catalyst for change, for the system change in all the different sectors.
It's an opportunity to show and demonstrate that we are action oriented by showing some of the great stories that are coming from different companies in different sectors to be an inspirational for all the other companies around.
There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with others. It's on that basis that we joined the African Business Leaders Coalition.
As a group of passionate leaders, the ABLC will continue on their mission to build the Africa we want and the Africa that the world needs. But we need your help. We need enlightened business leaders to join the Africa Business Leaders Coalition. And we need governments to create enabling environments and policies that encourage investment in the green economy.
I would say we should all get involved. We must be committed to this cause because it is a cause of a lifetime.
The call to action for CEOs will be to drive climate action and set meaningful targets.
I think we need to stop talking. I think we've talked enough. We are going to COP28, which means what, 28 years? What have we done? What do we have to show for it? And we really need to sit back and think about taking action.
The ABLC is an advocacy group, and in its policy recommendations, it has called for one, an increase in financing towards climate action on the continent and beyond. Another is to achieve decarbonization targets and to support bankable projects on the continent to facilitate the continent's climate journey.
Join us, join us, join us. We need everybody to be action-bound, focused on ensuring that we are creating a different future, a better future for the youth of today.
Join the Africa Business Leaders Coalition today. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so very much for making the time to join us this evening for an event on the Africa Business Leaders Coalition. Dr. Adeshina, thank you for making the time, Dr. Mohaldin, and all of the really honored and distinguished guests here. I was just speaking with Dr. Adeshina at the back, and he asked, how big is your staff? Small enough so that you have to narrate your own video, is my answer. They didn't pay us for that narration, but we truly enjoyed it. And thank you to the team that made this video and the opportunity to share with you the remarkable progress of the Africa Business Coalition over these last couple of years. I was to make some introductory comments, but I think we focused most of them in the video. But let me just highlight a few things and why we formed this coalition. It's imperative, I think, to bring to the fore the dynamism of the African private sector. It's a story that is not told enough amidst the humanitarian development and governance focus that sometimes the continent gets. We felt at the UN Global Compact it was opportune to highlight some of the incredible business leadership that we have within not only Global Compact members, but the continent as a whole. We felt it was time to convene a Pan-African coalition where business leaders would sit together, not to respond to emergencies, but to respond to critical issues for the continent with a private sector lens on it. We felt it was important to bring together to the table business leaders who would sit with policymakers, sit with governments, and really see how to shape the opportunities for the African private sector. So hence the beginnings of the ABLC. Last year at COP, the ABLC presented the first ever private sector statement. It was well received. Dr. Adeshina, I think you remember you were there, and we have moved very far in that progress as well. This year, we kicked off COP with a reception a few days ago that was attended by a number of CEOs and the president of Botswana, amongst many other excellencies who were present. So we're here really to showcase progress on year two, put a call to action that we need more businesses. We're very clear that the African private sector plays a leading role, not just for the continent, but for the world. But we're also very clear that we need many more businesses, many more leaders, and many stronger partnerships to help us deliver further. So on that note, it is my real pleasure to welcome to speak to you and provide one of the keynotes, Dr. Akinwumi Adeshina, President of the African Development Bank.
Thank you very much, Sandra. I think she's doing a fantastic job in 2 years. If you can put this together and pull it off with the kind of work that you do with the staff that you have to introduce yourself on the video, I think that's fantastic. Well done. Yes. My dear brother, Dr. Mueldin, it's good to see you. Sandra, the executive director and the CEO of the UN Global Compact, business leaders from across Africa and outside of Africa, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. Thank you in particular, Sandra, for your group, for believing in Africa, for trusting in Africa, and for projecting the opportunities that Africa has, of course, for also making sure that you project the challenges that we have, but without forgetting that our determination is very strong to solve those challenges that we have. And what I like about your group, I think I've spoken to you in New York and I spoke somewhere else. I can't even remember where it was recently, but it's that you actually do things with your heart, with passion, and with commitment. So you can be sure that every time you invite me, if my schedule does allow, I will never turn you down. As we meet today, COP28, on the Finance Day, we must remind ourselves of the huge financial losses that Africa is experiencing from climate change, because that is the reality. The continent, which accounts for only 3% of global emissions, suffers disproportionately from its effects, losing $7 to $15 billion a year, and that is estimated to grow to $50 billion a year by 2030. Africa has no choice. Africa must adapt to climate change. It's the only option that we have. To support it to do so, the African Development Bank is devoting 44% of its total financing annually to climate finance. And of this, 64% is dedicated to climate adaptation, which If you remember, the UN Secretary General said that we should have 50-50 between parity between mitigation and adaptation. We exceeded that parity, Muadin, 3 years ago. And now we are at 64%, the highest share of global finance from any multilateral development bank going into adaptation. We have also launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, a $25 billion program to support climate adaptation and to build resilience in Africa. The frequency of droughts, floods, and cyclones are affecting the costs of doing business due to power outages, destruction of infrastructure, collapse of bridges, roads, and highways, which cause supply disruptions. And so ensuring countries is therefore good for business. And that is why the African Development Bank launched at this COP28 the Africa Risk Insurance Facility for Adaptation, a $1 billion facility that will reinsure countries on international reinsurance markets, building on local and regional insurance companies. And as we do this, businesses must do more than adapt. They must also seize opportunities in the greening of the global economy. Importantly, Africa needs to take advantage of its enormous potentials in renewable energy, especially solar, wind, geothermal, to unleash an energy revolution and transformation of the continent. I always like to say that God loves Africa. We have 11 terawatts of solar. We have 350 gigawatts of hydro, 110 gigawatts of wind, and 15 gigawatts of geothermal resources. There's absolutely no reason why we should not have 100% electricity in Africa. Africa, therefore, also needs to take advantage of its dominance in terms of vast deposits of green metals, critical metals, that will drive the battery storage, energy systems, and the electric vehicles market, which is estimated to rise from today from $7 trillion to $57 trillion by 2050. New market opportunities are also emerging as market revenue for green hydrogen is estimated to grow from roughly $5 billion in 2022 to $134 billion in 2032. Now, to tap into these developments and speed up its own transition to net zero emissions, Africa must accelerate investments in green infrastructure. Yet, a major challenge is the lack of bankable projects in green infrastructure. And that is why the African Development Bank, Africa 50, the African Union, and partners launched what's called the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, AGIA, at this, actually, well, then it was at COP27 in Sharm el Sheikh when you held us in Egypt. AGIA will raise $100 million for project preparation, $400 million for project development, and mobilize $10 billion for supporting green infrastructure investments, all by private sector, by the way. I'm delighted that yesterday, right here at the COP, we were able to mobilize $175 million for the first group that have signed memorandums of understanding to invest in AGIA. Friends, Africa must also take advantage of its global dominance in deposits of green metals such as platinum, cobalt, copper, graphite, lithium, that's in abundance to manufacture battery energy storage systems on the continent. Africa can do so profitably. For example, the manufacturing of lithium-ion precursor batteries in Africa will cost 3 times less than in the United States, than in Poland, or in China. And that is why at the African Development Bank, we take this very seriously, and we entered an alliance, a very strong alliance with the Africa Finance Corporation, with the Africa Export-Import Bank, partnering to support the development of lithium-ion battery value chains in the Democratic Republic of Congo and also in the Zambia. You know, Africa has this thing that of exporting everything raw. And for me, it makes absolutely no sense. Because the door to poverty is the export of primary commodities. But the highway to wealth is when you actually add value to that. and you have value chains that are competitive locally, regionally, and of course, globally. Ladies and gentlemen, as business people, I want you to know that investors are paying great attention to Africa. And they have every reason to pay great attention to Africa. Whether it's in agriculture, you have 65% of all the uncultivatable arable land that will feed 9.5 billion people in the world, not in Asia, not in Latin America, not anywhere else, but in Africa. And we saw that in action in Marrakesh just 3 weeks ago when we had the Africa Investment Forum. We had different kinds of projects from renewable energy to transport corridors to rail systems to ports, digital infrastructure, you name it. And the use also of artificial intelligence in all parts of business in Africa. We had we were able to raise in less than 72 hours, $34.84 billion in less than 72 hours. Now, you tell me anywhere in the world that you can do that. So when we talk about our challenges, let's look at it as if it's either the cup is half full or half empty. When we say 600 million people don't have access to electricity, that's a business opportunity. And we say 900 million people, women, don't have access to clean cooking energy, that's a business opportunity. And that's what you saw over there, that in fact, Africa attracts investment. Africa is a very bankable investment destination. So I would like to encourage you all as business leaders to not only take advantage of these enormous investment opportunities that Africa has, but also to commit to faster decarbonization of your respective industries. For this, we must develop carbon markets in Africa, nationally and regionally. We must also price carbon right and create incentives for decarbonization of supply chains and industries. I'll say one thing here before I conclude. There's a lot going on. Everybody talks about you need to have carbon offsets. You remember many years ago, in fact, maybe decades ago, when people wanted to have land to produce food, they came to Africa and bought land all over the place, right? It was called at that time land grab. Today, you have something going on because we have not really looked at this carbon issue well, where certain countries are coming to the continent and buying vast areas, perhaps half of the country, all because of the carbon that is sequestrated there. And African countries are selling it. And this is very important for you as business leaders, so we can engage on this thing with knowledge. Well, it's not a good thing for the following reasons. First, they are getting peanuts for the carbon anyway. Second, they are losing vast areas of their land, which is their own country, to others. So essentially, it is not land grab, it is carbon grab, if you will. That's how I look at it. And then you have a situation where the land, the carbon that you've actually sequestered, that's given to others, you can no longer count it as part of your own nationally determined contributions. And so it's a lose, lose, and lose proposition. Therefore, I really believe that we need to interrogate this issue very, very properly so that Africa is not being shortchanged. And I'll make one other point, which is, as business leaders, it's in our interest to help Africa to turn its economies green. And I say this because we are nature rich. We have the Congo Basin, which is vast, much vaster than the Amazon. But Africa gets absolutely nothing for that. So I think that we need to change how we value African economies. In my view, we have to value African economies not on GDP. GDP is what? It's the value of goods and services an economy produces, where it tells me absolutely nothing about the production process, the technologies, the externalities, and how it is in fact internalized, and it is not in most cases internalized. And so I've made a case, and you were there at the many of you are there at the climate summit in Nairobi, that we should value Africa's wealth, green wealth, based on its natural capital. It's very fundamental that Africa is not nature rich and then suddenly cash poor. So in closing, I want to say that the African Business Leaders Coalition, you are all playing a major role in ensuring that your companies, and I've looked at it, and your sectors are accountable in your drive towards Africa's trajectory to net zero emissions. When your companies, as business leaders, turn green, Africa also turns green. And I believe with all my heart that it's in the greening of African economies that lies Africa's massive green wealth. And I think we should focus on that to make sure that that wealth stays in Africa and our wealth is properly valued. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you tonight. And I really wish you all the very best in all your endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adeshina. I know you have to leave for another engagement. Always. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Dr. Adeshina exits, I'd like to welcome Dr. Mahmoud Mohol. You can see he's here already. Dr. Mahmoud Mohuddin, who is a key architect of COP27, climate leader, economist, finance specialist, and on the run, a hot commodity in COP. So he's going to speak right away.
Right, thank you so much. I'm about to deliver one of perhaps the fastest speech and the fastest delivered and the shortest speeches by any Egyptian speaker. Proud African. I think the fastest was by Taha Hussein, very well-known Egyptian writer, and he said what could be translated as "You returned, so did we." And this was basically after him winning the elections and congratulating those who returned. So you returned to this coalition gathering today, and we are very much happy for the partnership. Fantastic. Two things happen to you now that you're not going to be hearing more from me but few seconds, and that I agree with 99% with what President Adesina said, and I leave a 1% for your imagination, which is basically implementing what he said. But I chair GFANZ Africa, and it answers many of the issues he raised as well. When it comes to building the pipeline of bankable and investable projects, we're working hard on that as part of the Glasgow Finance Alliance for Net Zero. We're doing debt management supported by debt swaps. That includes businesses, not just government. And we are working on carbon markets at the national level and enhancing the standards for ACME, the African Carbon Market Initiative. And across the board, we have now the partnership for capacity development. So if you have a good reason out of 4 to be part of this individually, but better through the coalition, GFANZ Africa is being made for you as business leaders, and we need really to answer all of these expectations by President Adesina, and of course, your great work with your fantastic team. Thank you so much. I have to run to another session, as you may imagine, but great to see you all here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohuddin. Great. So with those comments from our opening speakers, we do have an exciting panel that's lined up, and I'd like to be able to introduce them and bring them up onto the stage. There's a great discussion we're going to have with business leaders to see how we can translate all of the inspiration, all of the strategy into real actions. So I have a panel of 4, and I'd like to ask them to join us on the stage. Allow me to start with Chido Cleopatra Mbemba, the AU Chairperson's Youth Envoy, please. And then we have Puti Mahanyele Dabengwa, the ABLC co-chair and the CEO of NASPERS in South Africa. And we also have Dr. Ahmed Mohamed Shalabi, the president and CEO of Tawer Misr. So 2 business leaders and 1 youth envoy who are going to inspire us for the next few minutes. I think we have microphones. Are we good? Great. Well, thank you to the 3 panelists. Thank you for making the time to join us for this conversation. And you have a very eager audience, as you can see. So hopefully we will continue to inspire them as we go along. So let me start with you, Puti. And thank you also for the time you make to be the ABLC co-chair and lead us and the business leaders in their work. So I'd like to just reflect on some of the comments we've heard. But my first question is, in your role as co-chair of the coalition, How does the ABLC aim to contribute to Africa's voice and Africa's agency in global climate negotiations, especially in advocating for fair terms and a level playing field for the African private sector? And really, as many people often ask about COP, where does policy action and real, private sector work come to being in real life?
No, thank you very much, Sandra. And thank you for all the work that is being done by the UNGC in terms of enabling the ABLC members and ensuring that this is something that is actioned and can be put in place for the future generations. So, looking at just some of the activities that we've had, which have really played an important role this year, it was firstly, we had the climate statement at COP27 last year. And then we had the CEO Forum and then we had the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi, the UN General Assembly in New York, and so we had the climate leadership workshops. These are all important engagements for business leaders to be able to engage on. But I think what really excites me most is what we've been able to achieve. And looking at just what the ABLC has been able to achieve just in this last year is firstly the fact that we have twice as many members who have explicitly been in a position to account for climate risks. And then we have almost 3 times as many members who have developed their resilience plans. We have 50% more members who are decarbonizing within their different organizations. And then we have 6 times more members who have been able to ensure that they are on their just transition plans. And so this shows you that there has been a lot of activity in terms of ensuring that the ABLC is not just a talk shop, but is actually an organization where things are being done within our various organizations, but also in terms of ensuring that across the continent, that we're ensuring that we are part of the voice. One of the things that I think is important, Sandra, as I close, is the fact that it's important as the global South that our voice is heard. And so being here and being able to engage with members of the global North is something that is critical. Because as we all know, we are, in a continent where we are the most vulnerable to, the effects of climate change. And, we need to ensure that we are really in a position to be able to deal with all of the challenges that will potentially face us.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Preeti. And just also highlighting that, the reason why COP is important is because all voices need to be heard. So we need to hear equally from the North and the South and from the private sector as well. So allow me to turn to Excellency Mbemba now, Youth Envoy. And, it was interesting because obviously Dr. Adeshina recognizes your active role and the important role that a youth envoy must play in all of these global negotiations. I'm keen to also get your views on something that probably we don't do enough or do well of, which is, how do you see us as private sector truly supporting and amplifying the voices of youth and youth priorities? Because one of the things that always strikes me is we're here advocating for goals for 2030, which are really not for our generation. They're really for the future generation. Do we do it well enough, or what do we need to do better or different?
Thank you very much for that. And first of all, thank you for having me on this platform, which also shows that you're taking young people seriously. And I always say this in a lot of platforms. When you see young people, they're often taken as volunteers, but we're actually professionals within our respective rights. So just to thank you and that appreciation, even just prior at the UN General Assembly where we've engaged. But now to answer your question, again, is very interesting because I come from the private sector background. Before joining the African Union, within the cabinet of the chairperson, I worked 7 years in the private sector in a bank. And I've gotten to see that side where you're working in a banking sector, you're looking at, who is bankable, who is not, who can you provide access to funding to, and the risk that comes with that. And then suddenly I'm on the flip side where I'm working more in public sector, I'm working more with the government, with the cabinet, and you get to see what's on the ground and what young people are facing. Now, having said that, part of my role as well has also involved going on a listening tour where I've been on this listening tour across Africa to hear from young people themselves and also get to hear their perspectives. And one thing that stands out is there are not a lot of opportunities for young people. And the ones that are available for young people are often restricted. They're restricted in a way that most businesses look at what is the return on investment. And again, as a result, we see a lot of competition versus collaboration because there are not so many opportunities coming out there for young people. So having said that, I think it's very important that we invest more in young people. Whilst we also know that at times it comes with a risk from a business perspective, but we can also mitigate that by capacitating young people, skilling young people, matching them with mentors, looking at how we provide opportunities for them in the value system and the value chain. I had this conversation with President Adesina yesterday at the Youth Adapt awards, which is the third time I've had an opportunity to attend, where they provide funding for young people. Specifically, yesterday was towards 10 young women across Africa that are involved in, green economy initiatives and agribusiness and technology. And we spoke about that to say, in as much as these young people are being provided for with funding, with financing, but what will happen at the end of the day is, even if they accelerate their businesses, they need a market for it. So we need to make sure that everything is within a full cycle. We're going to provide access to the funding. We're going to provide the training. We're going to mitigate this risk, but let's also provide a market for them. Last but not least, so let's look at how we're going to measure the success of involving young people. Most of the time, especially within my role, again, coming from the private sector side, I've done that before, and then now working within the governments in Africa, we make commitments and say that we're going to provide employment for young people. We're going to make sure we sign this and that treaty, for instance, with the African Union, with the African Union Youth Charter, which our head of state signed on as a way to look at their national youth policies. But we do not have a concrete way of measuring it. How about quotas? As businesses, if we leave this space and we say our commitment is by next year at COP29, we're going to have a specific quota and say through providing opportunities for young people, let's say 35% quota towards the coalition, it's going to be opportunities going to young people for employment or something. Yeah.
Right, thank you very much. And it does strike me, in a membership organization like ours, we have to make ourselves attractive enough for young entrepreneurs, young business leaders to be able to join and make it worth your time. That's for sure. So my next question, I'll go to Dr. Ahmed, and thank you for making the time to join the panel too. So in the odd opportunity that we have somebody sitting in here who really wonders what value a CEO would get from a business coalition, would one want to spend the time driving the business, or what value do you get from being in a coalition such as this?
That's really a great question, but allow me first to thank you, Sanda, and thank you, Tolo, and thank Ayman and Wala for inviting us to join the Africa Business Leader Coalition. We are, I think, the most recent company to join a few days ago. So it's our pleasure, and I'll explain that by explaining our story. We are a young company. We started 10 years ago. And right now, we are one of the largest real estate developers in Egypt. We are developing 7.5 million square meter of land, more than 40,000 units. And back to the youth and the young, when we started 10 years ago, most of the people in the company were in their mid-20s. So I'm not one of them, unfortunately, but I was the mentor for them. So we did a great success story in 10 years. And we put a vision from the beginning that we're going to develop smart and sustainable communities. We put that vision based on technical and commercial perspective. I'm a professor of architecture and urban development. This is my other hat. So we were centered towards sustainability from the beginning. So we built all our projects in multi-layers approach that address sustainability from construction and development point of view. And we put a commercial edge at the end that this will allow us to achieve 50% more efficiency in water consumption, electricity consumption, and 30 to 40% savings in facility management bills. This was the commercial aspect. We did that over 10 years with the help of international partners like Schneider Electric, Sweden Electric, Orange, Vodafone, and many other, IBM. And we did it on hardware level and software level. We did it on all different levels, but we were missing something. We were missing the framework. And last year, COP27, and joining the UN Global Compact, and I'm honestly saying that joining the UN Global Compact last year was a turning point for us as a private sector development company. By participation in COP27 and by joining the UN Global Compact, we learned how to put our work into the right framework. We learned about green finance, and there's certain procedures to be able to get green finance. We learned about greenhouse gas house emissions, and actually a year before COP27, we started the preparations. So we prepared our own carbon footprint report for our company, for our head offices, and for one of our projects. But again, we did that all voluntarily without having the right framework. But since COP27 and since joining the UN Global Compact, we set a strategy, we built a sustainability team within the company, are working towards our sustainability reports, our ESG reports. We are preparing our company to be certified, to document what we have done, to monitor and measure what we are doing year over year, so that we can have access to green finance and utilize the opportunities that we were missing. So I think as private sector, the collective actions that we are utilizing by being with the UN Global Compact and working with the government and with the civil society, this is a tremendous achievement for us. And I think this will be very helpful in supporting our business strategy and supporting our way forward. So I think it's valuable time that we spend for advocacy with the ABLC, with the governments across the world. And I think, as I heard from the prestigious speakers before us, I think it's important that Africa gets the right support from the whole world. And it's also important that our governments give us, as a private sector, the right incentives to continue in this way. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and really thank you for that kind endorsement of Ayman and Wala and the fantastic work that they've done in country. And it's really, let me take this opportunity to also thank our local networks for the work that they do in helping build our membership, create awareness of all our programs and platforms. And I know there's a number of them here that I saw in the audience. So, Kuti, let me just do. Do we have time for another round of questions? One more. Now you're making me choose between two others. So let me do a lightning round question, right? So assume we were here in front of a group of heads of state who are keen to understand from us one action that they must take to create a more enabling environment for business. What would you say? So in about 2 sentences maximum, what do heads of state and governments need to do to make the environment easier and provide a level playing field for business?
I think first, I have 2 things actually in mind. First, they should help create the required awareness. I'm a professor and a private sector leader, and 2 years ago I didn't have the awareness about the subject. So I'm reading and reading a lot. So I think the head of states need to empower the civil society to create the right awareness within their state. This is one. The second thing, incentives. We really need incentives to move towards sustainability.
I think there's a number of things. One, yes, I can only say two. I think one of the issues that's most critical is ensuring that we have more visibility amongst the organizations that are nonprofit, smaller organizations. I think we still have a lot of visibility of the larger organizations, but we need to have more engagement and more visibility of smaller organizations being at the forefront of what is happening. Because in terms of dealing with the difficulties, whether it be, climate change or whether it be in any area that we're looking at, it needs the involvement of all of the local community organizations. We need a lot more of their visibility. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll say from a youth perspective, we need youth-friendly standards that are also standard across the continent and that can also be fully measured. If we're going to have policies in place, let us measure them, let us monitor them, and let us see if we're really making the impact.
Great.
before
take
closing
PT's second one.
one last. We need to consider gender equality in the panel. This is actually
And wait. You had two gentlemen who spoke before. Yes. Yes, you had two gentlemen who spoke before, you know? Thank you. There we go. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand to the panel. They did a fantastic job. Thank you so very much. Is that mic that still works?
this one. This one.
Great. Well, thank you all very much for your time and for this energizing conversation. Just on behalf of the Africa Business Leaders Coalition, thank you for making the time. But also allow me to give a shout out to the team because they've done a fantastic job. So let me just thank Tolu, who is here, Maxine, who is over there. Who else do we have? We have Kahir, who's our silent team member over there. We have Win and Francesco helping us with communications at the back, and to everybody else who gives so much of their time and energy to supporting both ABLC as well as the UN Global Compact. We truly thank you for your partnership.